Hello, folks. My goodness, my connection is terrible right now. Holy moly. I did not even think about it very hard, and then I looked at my... I'm at like 20% dropped frames. What is happening? How are folks doing? It is I, Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And today I have fallen to like 100 kilobytes per second. What is going on? That's going to be very distracting. How are folks? Oh, some people are alive that I didn't expect. You're 3 a.m. and you're still awake? Oh my goodness, Xanadu. Oh, it's Arya. Oh my goodness, Xanadu. I am sorry to hear that. I am sorry to hear that. That is highly unoptimal for you to be awake at 3 in the morning. It's highly optimal for me to be awake at 3 a.m. because I like to do that. I do that on purpose. I do that on purpose because I'm a sicko. I'm a maniac. But that is how it happens. What is going on? I'm sorry, this is going to drive me nuts. This is going to drive me completely nuts. Yeah, I do have really terrible insomnia. I've talked about this a few times, and I can talk a little bit about like what has and has not worked for me. But yes, I actually do have like canonically awful insomnia. And it's been like lifelong. It's been like truly lifelong. Truly lifelong. Oh my goodness, Vex. That's so
subscribed voor 15 munts.
Vex, that is so sweet of you. That is so sweet of you. Hold on here. I need to give the shout out to Vexing Cat. Vexing Cat is a lovely reading streamer. She has a very wonderful voice. She is a dear friend. And she just had her live 2D debut. Just recently. She just had her live 2D debut. And it has been very, very lovely to see. She has been waiting for this for a very long time, and now she gets to do it. Normally she would blush when I say this, when I do this. I'm surprised by her boldness at the moment. I am surprised, but yes, she just had her live 2D debut. She is physically she can move on stream. She is no longer PNG tubing. She is fully motile. She is mobile and motile. I shouldn't say motile. That's a weird way to say that. She is mobile. I should ask folks, how bad does this look? Because these are bad stats, and I don't know what to do about them. I do not know what to do about them. I'm just going to be going around closing down random programs and hoping that helps things. Stressing me out here. So Discord, why are you like this? Some occasional stuttering. That's pretty rough. That is pretty rough. I may as well say how I have been doing. I do apologize for skipping movie night last night. I have been I need to stop looking at the task manager. That's going to drive me insane. I do apologize for skipping movie night. My sleep was a little bit chaotic this week. It was a little bit nutso. I don't really have a good explanation for it. For some reason, I keep on waking up at dawn no matter when I go to sleep. And yes, oh yeah, I should have said, I finished my thoughts about insomnia. I have had lifelong insomnia. Like this is truly like, it is baked in, right? It is in there. And so, I've never lived without insomnia. I've never really had a period of my life when I was getting like reliable quality sleep. I've had periods of my life where I was getting reliable sleep, but you know, I was reliably falling asleep and waking up at the same times, but it was sleep that was bad enough that I generally didn't form memories for like months at a time. Like, I might have defeated the insomnia at the cost of developing extremely bad amnesia. And it was kind of funny because I would occasionally have people be like, "Oh, you seem so healthy then." It's like, I don't remember any of it. I was just kind of unconscious while I was walking around. I was just kind of, hello, John. Hello, John. I didn't say hello to anybody. Let me go through this. Hello, Quinn of Paper. Hello, me. Hello, Seribot. Hello, Ria _ Deep Sea Dragon, and thank you for the first time chat. Hello, Almantas. Hello, X _ A _ N _ A _ D _ U _ and hello, of course, to Arya Devil. Arya Devil has one of the most misleading names on all of Twitch.tv. Arya is perhaps one of the sweetest beings out there. She's an absolute sweetheart. I think that she is absolutely lovely. I believe you're on hiatus right now, Arya. But when you do get the chance to catch Arya, it's always worth it to go there and check her out. She has a very cute snack. Very, very cute snack. Yeah, so you can't even spell evil correctly. And hello, John, the condemned hero. John _ condemned _ hero. Sleep quality is best represented by small mammal exposed to stimulants. Yeah, I've never really been in the habit of, and hello, Hyacinth. I've never really been in the habit of falling asleep at my own desk. That's never really, I've fortunately not had that particular habit. I have had the habit for the last couple of months. It's been pretty consistent of sleeping for 4 hours and then sleeping for 2 hours later in the day. And to me, things are truly bad. Things are truly rough when I can't even reliably sleep for 2 hours. When I can't take the afternoon nap is like when things get like really rough for me. That's when I get really upset, is when I am hoping to get some rest and I can't. That's when things are really upsetting for me, is when I am trying to get when I want to sleep for a couple of hours. And I'm just gonna pop open. I don't know what's going on with my computer. It's gonna drive me nuts. In terms of things that have actually helped my sleep, though, there have been a couple of things that have really helped my sleep historically. Flux helps a ton. In general, I would say the biggest like one of the biggest factors I actually have control over, as opposed to factors I don't feel like I have a lot of control over, is light management. Like, and particularly in terms of like the sleep hygiene stuff that people recommend. A lot of the sleep hygiene stuff that people recommend doesn't seem to make a big difference. But like the light thing is like a huge one for me. And it matters not so much the quantity of light or where I have the light. What really matters is the color of the light. So flux makes a huge difference. Swapping out my light bulbs for this is very annoying. It's cooler temperatures of light, but warmer colors is very frustrating. But oranger light, more orange, less blue, has made like a huge difference. Like, I still remember an experience. Thought he was a praying mantis. Oh no. Oh no. I look like a praying. I don't tend to get praying mantis very often. I've gotten it a couple of times, but the main ones I get are owl and moth. Yeah. So meditation, light management helps. Walks. So my thing with the exercise angle is like, if I'm really tired and I can't sleep, then like I figure I may as well get some exercise. And that sometimes helps, but it's not like on a short-term basis. It helps on a couple of hours later basis. Yeah, and it's the blue light spectrum really messes with you. Yeah, cut your blues down. Flux, for people who don't know, is a program that you can download for Windows that causes your screen to change color over the course of hours, and you can set a custom schedule. They're latching onto the Almantas program. Yeah, people have latched onto that. A couple times people have latched onto the like manta ray angle, which I think is cute. I don't really know how to make myself look very manta ray like. I just don't know how to do that. But I'm also not a designer, right? I am not a designer. When people give me the power to change things about my design, I tend to embrace scuff really radically. I tend to make the scuff like really like central to it. Like if somebody like the almond model. The almond model is my design. That's something that I did on purpose. And so, you know, that's what I look like. That's me. That's giving me control over the reins. You know, which is a Manta Ray Almantas. One day I might make merch. I mean, we're getting scuff every second on this one, baby. Jeez, these Pete's. I'm at 3,000 kilobytes per second. I'm usually at like 7,000. Not pleased. I am disappointed, as they say. Disappointed. But yeah, so light management makes a big difference for me. In the like longer term, so like on the short-term ones, sleep masks have made a huge difference for me. Sleep masks are huge, have made a huge difference. Making sure that I have some food in my stomach makes a huge difference. If I'm even like slightly hungry when I lay down, I will not fall asleep. Having rituals before bed helps. The one that's really important for me is brushing and flossing my teeth. Like I've got to do that. I've got to brush and floss my teeth before I lay down. If my teeth feel looking like a little bit funny, I am up. There are definitely some things I need to avoid doing before bed. I like the big productivity hack that a lot of people have of like, oh, you know, check your checklist before you go to bed. Like, absolutely not. Absolutely, like, right out. No way. No way in hell. No way in hell. Have to absolutely not do that one. Cannot do that. Cannot do that. I can, there's quite a few things I can do right before going to bed, but checking my checklist or schedule, absolutely not allowed. Hello, Double Dog 21. Hello, hello, hello. We are talking about insomnia. We are talking about insomnia as I kind of figure out what I'm doing tonight. I will be honest with folks. I usually don't really make a decision about what I'm doing for the first couple of minutes of stream on Thursdays. I usually kind of do whatever. I am really unsure on my own front. I kind of want to go back to Terra Nil, right? I kind of feel a little bit of the call of Terra Nil because we've been pushing that off for weeks. I really want to do some Japanese practice because I haven't done it yet today and I'm behind. I didn't. Yesterday was a. We don't need to get into it, but it was an extremely busy day. It was an extremely busy day for me. You absolutely may. You absolutely may. You absolutely may, Xanadu. I'm not going to judge people for asking weird questions, though. I am still thinking about the. I am still thinking about the insomnia question. Exercise helps, but in like a medium to long-term way. But one of the ones that's kind of oddly not painful for me, that like doesn't really make any difference, is people will say, don't check any computer screens before you go to bed. Honestly, doesn't matter. Does not matter. It matters if they're blue light versus if they've got like normal or blue light versus having like red tinted light. But if they're sufficiently red tinted, it does not make a difference. I can put down my phone and fall asleep within 5 minutes sometimes, or I will do all of the important rituals and it takes me 4 hours. Like it seems to make very little difference. I will also say that I have gotten a professional sleep study done, and I would consider it a failure. I would consider it a failed sleep study. I was really unimpressed. It did not help me out. Do you sleep and wake up at the same time every night? Absolutely not. Absolutely not, Double Dog. No, nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. Let me think about it. My last 24 hours, I don't actually know exactly when I woke up. I always have a better sense of when I fell asleep. I fell asleep at 11. Then I fell asleep again at 5 a.m. Then I fell asleep. I know I was awake by 9 after that one. And then I fell asleep again from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. Like, it's all over the place. Do you have a scent that you associate with a particular person or memory? I associate my aunt with cedar. With cedar wood. Not all of them are good. I can think of a person who I associate with stale beer, and that's not flattering to them. And I understand exactly why, and it's not a flattering story at all. A former roommate of mine. I can think of a couple of other people, some friends who I have some particular associations with, right? You know, a friend of mine from a very athletic friend of mine from college that had a particular. I did a lot of sparring with him. I did a lot of sparring and athletic work with him. So like I can remember like what he what he smelled like when he was sweaty. You know, I don't know how to describe that, but like I said, cedar for my aunt is actually probably one of the strongest ones. Hello, Alexandra Luna. Hello. I will say I do like Rooibos Xanadu. It's Rooibos is funny for me because it's easily my most drank tea. Easily my most drank tea. And I feel like I should describe it as my favorite, but I think I actually mostly think of oolong as my favorite tea. I just never drink it. I think it literally has been over 2 years since I last drank oolong tea. I love it, but it's too much caffeine for me. I can't handle it. Snarky. Oh, hold on. Snarky Narky. Thank you for the follow. Double Doug, you must understand, Double O Doug 21. I am when I was younger, I was very athletic. I did a lot of athletic stuff when I was younger. I was a bit of a jock, and so like doing that means that you just smell sweaty people a lot. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's just, and if you think it's an unpleasant smell, it's going to be painful. I don't know. So what people smell like. It's what people smell like. I don't particularly think it's pleasant or unpleasant in any particular direction. It's just what it is. Some people do have pretty unpleasant sweat smells. Hello, Ion Omniscia. What? Ion, don't you do? Aren't you like a HEMA person? Oh, somebody. So Xanadu asked if I have any smells I associate with particular people, and I was trying to remember some. Like there is a guy who I did a lot of sports with when I was younger, who was in like a lot of athletic clubs with me, and like I can actually remember, like I can like picture him in my head, and I can remember like what I can remember him in particular. Because like I can also remember like what the smell of like what a locker room smells like, and like that doesn't associate with any particular person. Like that's just what a locker room smells like. Yeah, I don't think that they. I don't know. I don't think very hard about them. Like I don't know. They just smell like people. I don't know. I'm not particularly offended by a lot of smells as a rule. There are a couple that kind of get to me, but overall, most smells, like, I'm pretty neutral on. I'm pretty just kind of like, whatever about, I don't, the smell of New York City is the smell of, garbage, right? And most of the time it doesn't really get to me. The two that get to me, the two smells of the city that get to me are weed. The smell of weed really I do not like. I don't like the smell of weed. I don't like the smell of cigarette smoke. I assumed that there would be somebody who I associate with the smell of I assumed that I would have somebody in my life and my history that I would associate with the smell of cloves, but I actually don't. Like cloves just smell like nobody smells like cloves in my memory banks. Yeah, the NYC subway can get really, really nasty. I actually kind of hate the subway more during the winter. But I will say, if you are in New York City, please mask up when you go on the subway. Like, even if you are somehow not afraid of COVID, it's like the air quality in the subway is awful. Like the amount of just vaporized rat in there is real rough stuff. Like you don't want to be breathing that stuff in. You do not want to be breathing in all that stuff. It's a lot of organics. Yeah, that's a lot of people have that association. Weirdly, I can't remember my grandfather's cigarette smell. I don't even remember what he smoked. I want to say Lucky Strikes. But like, I genuinely don't remember what his smelled like. Yeah, vaporized rat, man. Vaporized rat. Yeah, so you don't want to be breathing that in. You don't want to be breathing that in. I'm actually going to hop on over here. We are behind on kanji, so I am going to start on kanji practice. Oh, you can feel it. Yeah, you can feel it. I mean, part of that is just humidity, right? Part of that's humidity and temperature. Which is not really that big of a deal. Ijiranai. Bullying. This is the kanji for. This is the kanji for. Hold on, I need to add more ink. Excusez-moi. Excusez-moi. I'm gonna ink this up a little bit more. There's not enough pressure under the pen. But yeah, no, the New York City air, the subway air is really gross. I do not recommend it as a health balm. And one of those things that, like, I think it's a real big tell of how bad the subway air is if you can see the thickness of the air visually changes when a train comes in. There's so much smoky matter in the air that when a train comes down the tracks and, like, it compresses the air in front of it, you can, like, see the air get grayer in front of you. It's really, really grotesque. Yeah, I am very fortunate in that I got to know my grandfathers pretty well. I got to know my grandmothers very well. I got to know my grandfathers pretty well. And further, I got to know two of my great-grandmothers. I fortunately did get to meet two of my great-grandmothers. I am quite blessed. I'm very fortunate on the aging side of things. I am quite fortunate when it comes to aging stuff, genetically speaking. I'm just resetting this. There we go. Actually, hold on a second. One more. There we go, that's better. Or I can zoom in a little bit more. And one more refocus. There we go, that looks better. That's actually legible. This kanji, I have a slightly negative emotion about, because this is the kanji for bullying, and it's a kanji for Nagatoro-san, right? Ijiranai de Nagatoro-san. I think that comic sucks. Yeah, you can see the rat particles approaching. Yeah, exactly. We're smelly finds a few times a year when they fertilize the field. I will be honest, I really did not, when I lived in rural areas, I really disliked the smell, the pig smell. Like, that smell actually did get to me. Embarrassing mistake to make. I did not like that smell. I mean, the usual rule, right, is that cities smell like urine and the rural areas smell like feces. Horses smell terrible. Pigs are the really nasty one, I'm gonna be honest. Pigs smell... I feel bad for them. I like pigs, but pig shit is pig is a profoundly unpleasant smell. And Scully, I don't know where you live in terms of farmland. The area of farmlands that I have lived in, so American agricultural produce. America's agriculture primarily produces two plants, which is corn and soy. And the primary use for both corn and soy is to feed animals. So there isn't really we don't really have agriculture that is separate from animals. I mean, there might be in some other parts of the country that I've not been to, but in the parts of the country that I've been to, like, the reason why people are farming is in order to feed cows and pigs. Wheat. Okay. America grows wheat, obviously, but it's a little bit... Overall, our country is a little bit hot for wheat. I don't think it's terrible for it, but it is a little bit warm for wheat, in my understanding. We still grow quite a bit of it because America is high fertility and has a lot of empty land. Belong. What is belong? Let's rather... I can't remember. Okay, dang it. I don't know if I'll do it as part of Subathon or not. But I might do a stream where I do full... Oh, Ocean! I know that you were playing Peak. Hold on. Okay, almost, Ocean, how... Dimwit raid? Oh no. But welcome in, Ocean, welcome in, Raiders, welcome in, Rebel Rika. How was Peak? At least that's what I think you were doing. I caught your go live announcement. I don't know if you continued to do it all night. I don't know why we're saying Dimwit. Why are we calling... Are we... Hello, Kyo-chan. Hello, Kyo-chan1. I don't know. I feel like we're insulting somebody here. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology and a current VTuber. I am anime online for money. Oh, see, it's clever, but I'm too Mr. Rogers coded. I was like, oh no, somebody's being insulted here. But yes, for the Raiders, tell me how the Peak was. But while you're typing that up, I am a former professor of sociology. People sometimes think I was a history professor. This is not true. I did not have a history graduate school, and I am the I teach history, and even though, again, not a lot of formal training in it, and I talk about sociology, and I do a lot of calligraphy. I am doing some kanji practice at the moment because I have been working on my Japanese. That's been my kind of big off-stream project, is the Nihongo no benkyou shite. And I'm still quite bad at it. I studied it when I was younger, but hate the natte shimaimashita. And so I'm trying to get my skill back. And I am focusing on my kanji. I have about 2,000 kanji in the bank. I'm glad the peak went well. You peaked. You were doing solo peak, right? You were doing solo, not friend peak. I feel like I would really like peak if I got into it. I just already am so stretched thin that I don't know when I would get into it. But peak does actually seem pretty appealing to me. And yes, as Scaldy has indicated, I have a subathon coming up starting Monday. Monday, we have a subathon. I have a new model. We are going to Almantas 2.0. We are going to Almantas 2.0, and I have a subathon. I actually really like subathons. 漢字が難しい。難しいけど、好きだよ。私は、変な男ですね。変な男子は、変な男子ですよ。But yes, new model. Yeah, the new shoes. I've got new shoes. I've got new ties. I've got ties this time. People have only seen one of them, but I have multiple ties. I have several ties. I've got ties and suspenders and vest. And new model redeems and a subathon. Yes, and a subathon. I will give a peek. The ultimate subathon reward. If people are able to power up the subathon sufficiently, I will go back to Dark Souls. I will do another Dark Souls run. And I take that seriously. Last time we did a Dark Souls run, I did, I want to say 60 hours of streaming Dark Souls before I got tired of it. But 60 something hours of streaming Dark Souls. So I mean it, and if people haven't seen, my Dark Souls gameplay is impressive. Unusual. And hello, Invictus. I will say, Invictus, that in real life, I'm actually not really a ties guy. I have worked with too much industrial machinery. Wearing ties makes me extremely anxious. I do not like wearing neckties. I have a pretty yeah, I have heard, I mean, crap, I remember when I was young, I remember like a dude, I wasn't working there. This was not at my own facility, but I was learning how to use some I was getting training on industrial machinery, and like while we were doing training at another work site, a guy died from wearing a tie around a lathe. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't like having my neck feel tightened. I don't like feeling pressure around my neck. It's that's the thing. Is I don't like having like anything on my. I don't like things that can get caught, and I don't like pressure on my neck. Kilts are. I do like wearing a kilt. I will say, Xanadu, that in real life, when I have to wear a tie, I have trended towards bow ties. And I am actually really amused that tying a bow tie is actually really easy. We have a machine that reads this machine does not know flesh from metal, nor does it care. Yeah. Folks, it is worth being nervous around a lot of industrial equipment. Well, I'm kind of curious as to what it is, Invictus. I'm kind of curious as to what machine you have that has that sign on it. Like, there's a couple of machines that I can think of. The one that I worked with that I remember being the craziest was an auto welder. That thing was nuts. The auto welder was crazy. I don't even understand what it was doing. But like we had like ropes around it like 3 feet. Like it was like you did not want to get near that thing. CNC mill, yup, CNC mill would do that. A CNC mill would absolutely do that. A CNC mill is extremely reasonable. A CNC mill would say that. That's absolutely reasonable. That rocks, Xanadu. That rocks. I am unfortunately American, so when I am so that would make me look like a huge jackass. My Yankiness would make that pretty inappropriate. How does this one work? There we go. Yeah. Person surface. Benevolence. This one. This one I don't like. Toku. No, I'm sorry, I'm pronouncing it wrong. Toku. Not man, but best NB. Yeah, congratulations. I can tell you that having been best man a couple of times, and having been to a lot of weddings, I've been to more weddings than the vast majority of people. I am like a top 10% wedding attender. Largely, I would say, so best man speeches, do not do too many inside jokes. Keep the inside jokes to a minimum. Say some mawkish sentimentality about how good the couple looks together. That's basically de rigueur. I feel like it's a pretty winning move. Not everybody agrees with me on this one. To say that the the bride has made the groom such a better man. That's or rather which one you know better, right? Whichever one you know better, has been made better, right? Like you've seen so much improvement. I've never seen them this happy. I've never seen them this good of a person. And keep it short, right? Keep it short. It's maybe this is an Americanism, but people don't really complain about... Oh, I did get that right. People basically don't complain if you do too short of a speech. Remember A Muppet Christmas Carol. That was a speech. It was stupid. It was boring. It was asinine. It was short. We loved it. you know, people are not there for you showboating. People are not there to listen to the best man showboat. And hello, Eclipse Bun. Hello, Eclipse Bun. I also forgot entirely to say this. Ocean Whitlock and the Dimwits, if you need to raid and run, please feel free to do so. I hope that if you did need to do so, you've already done so. I feel a little bit silly that I did not get that part of the speech out. But yes. So yes, if you did need to raid and run, please, I hope you did so already. Consign. This one kind of makes me sad, consign. All I can think is words furball, so it's like animals are consigned, right? It's kind of sad. It's kind of depressing to me. Second. There we go. And afflicted. Oh, incredible timing there on the ad break. Bake. Yaku. It's all Yaku. It's all Yaku. Modest is not humility. So it's the way of the grandchild. It's modest. Oh. Forgot literally all about that character. Beautiful woman. Simple enough. Simple enough. Push things. Oh. I was about to be cocky about that one. It's not even the main one I think about for push, because I think about Oshi, right? Oshi, right here. I think of this one as push. You know, famous Ocean no Ko. I like this pun a lot. Hello, Lazy Navs. Hello, Lazy Navs. We're about to go into. You came in like right before we got to. Right before we got to ads. Holdoksu. Wonder. This one's been tripping me up a lot lately. It's pretty busy. Yeah, I had to provide this clarification. Mise. Easy one. Countenance. Not actually confident it's this one, but I was right. Brown. Nope, got that one wrong. Hello, Winday. I'm gonna go over to doing the. I'll do them at quadruple size. As I immediately do one wrong. How you doing, Winday? Oh, a particular, I was talking about grammatology. And I don't know if grammatology died out as a field, but it did stop being something that we taught people frequently. Also, hello, Zamiel. It did stop being like a normal part of coursework. I'm not sure, to be honest. I don't know. I don't know. I think that's so the education issues that I see. Yeah. So that's a matter. Well, that's not really. That's a question of just English language grammar in general. That rather than grammatology. Grammatology is like being able to explain why infinitives are what they are. Is what that would teach you. There is a question of like, is that good grammar or not? And if you're an older grammatician, if you're more old school, that would be wrong because it's a split infinitive. But that has to do with how Latin works as opposed to how English works, and an assumption that existed for a long time that English should be more like Latin, which I think is silly, right? Because English is a Germanic language, not a Romance language. And I don't believe that Romance languages are intrinsically better. Oh, we're going to ads. Enjoy the ads, folks. I am going to stretch and refill my waters. I am back. I am back. I am back. I am back. Yeah, English is a very funny language. English is a very funny language. I actually have a lot of affection for my mother tongue, but there's a lot of condescension around English that I think flows from a fetishization of race purity that I am not sympathetic to. I think that looked at on its own terms, English does have a lot of strengths and beauty. And I actually think it's often very cool. Parking, the Horse Lord. This one's given me a lot of trouble lately, but I like it. Exhort. This one's tricky. This one's tricky. Hold on. I know that the lower part is big. Shelving. Grasp. Measure. Big, I think. And like, but yes, in terms of like teaching, I don't know enough. If Mix were here, right? And, I mean, obviously he's not. I would be, hold on, I'm going to change our stream info. I'm going to change our stream info. Oh, there's my keyboard. It's in front of me. He might have been on. I don't think he was at the time, because Mix is like actually really informed about education of language, which is not something that I am super versed in. So if he were here, he would have talked about it quite a bit. Probably Niano. Statistically Niano. And Bamboo Little Brother. Hello, Oni. Hello, Oni. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you here, Miss Onirin. Choose. I've gotten this wrong like a million times lately. Broaden. Okay, yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of characters that have been like recent challenges for me. Rather than ones that are like long-term issues for me. So we're probably gonna be blazing through tonight, even though it looks like a pretty... Oh, there we go. Remotes. Hold on. Is this? Nope. There we go. Much better. My big thing, if we are going to talk about I think this like 9-10 thing is kind of like a culmination, like tree culmination is a frame. Goofy that I got this one wrong. When I think about education reform, I think that worrying about curriculum refinement is kind of focusing on the part that's easier to talk about while avoiding the thing that's much more difficult to talk about. The much more... I think the biggest issue in education reform, if you're going to give me like any power to try to improve the education system in the US or even in another country, the most important thing is getting students more time, is this it? This is, yes. Increasing the ratio, improving the ratio of teachers to students is the most important thing, which is simple, but it's also very challenging. You know, this is one of those big classic things, is simple and easy are not the same things at all. In the words of Clausewitz, right? In the words of Big Boy Clausewitz, everything is simple, but the simplest thing is hard. And that is kind of how I view this issue. The simplest thing is hard. Slacken. I think it's... There we go. And bowstring. Bow mysterious. Yeah, suit it. Reparation. There we go. And canopy. No. Cloth, sun, rays. It's canopy. Transition. Oh, this one murders me all the time. Suit it. And Baron. Silver. Measure. Grab, vision, silver, measure. Got it. But yeah, I think that focusing on the content of coursework is, like I said, it's not that it's not worth thinking about and not worth talking about, but a lot of it's kind of finicking around the edges of the stuff that's actually going to make the biggest difference to students, that's going to be the most important and powerful for giving students a better life and teaching them well, which is mostly about making sure that they are getting more attention from teachers, and that I mean, that's the biggest part, right? Is making sure that they're getting more attention from teachers, and inflation. This one has been kicking my butt. I think I did this wrong. Nope, I got it right, but I'm gonna put that down as hard. Up here. Why do words suddenly appear? Every time that you draw near. Like almost everything else feels like a distraction from this question of getting kids more attention from their teachers. I think I got this one wrong, but we'll find out in a second. Yes, I got it wrong. Shield. I made it too complicated. Earth, recline, mouth, plates. Join. Embarrassing. Pick it. Yep, there we go. Finger grab. Waiter. The person of the temple. Shouldering. Finger of daybreak. Wholesale. Hey, Wendy. I would say pretty good. Pretty good. I had a busy last couple of days. I had a busy couple of days, and mostly kind of getting ready for subathon and for some. I will talk about it more when it gets closer. I kind of don't want to jinx it, but I do have some major changes coming down the road. And off stream mostly. They will affect streaming, and that should be good, right? They should be good effects, but it's a lot of planning and a lot of preparation, and you'll find out when it gets closer. But I can say for the moment that it is pretty distracting. Yeah, there we go. Got that more or less correct. I'll take it. Chapter. This one always throws me off because this is paragraph. Yeah, I think you kind of know the a lot of people know the broad strokes. I think it's words, fruits. This one gets to go down as a hard. Yeah. Putting it down as hard because it took me multiple attempts to figure out what the hell I was doing. E. Fiber. Yeah, in terms of teaching, yeah, I think it's mostly like just getting resources to the students is the actually important part. The almost everything else kind of is secondary to that. And like, here's the thing, right? Is like I said, it's getting the resources to the students, because you can get resources to the school and then the school mismanages them super badly. That happens all the time, right? That's like a super classic story. Super duper classic story, and it's really frustrating. And you know, institutions that I worked at and went to had that happen, right? Had that happen very, very clearly. And I like this one, thread in, as in like tavern, right? Thread/tavern is a pretty nice one. Surpass. There we go. Call edit. Buttocks. Genuinely can't remember this one. Pretty sure has the character for 9 in it. Yes, it does. What a strange character. sad. Kanashii. Kanashii zo. Remote. Remote. We just had this one. Door Taskmaster. No, it's not this. Person line Taskmaster. Heart. And calm. No, that's actually correct. Tough character, but we'll get there. We'll get there. And time. May. Good one right there. Good one right there. Affixed is... Yes, get it. Evade is going to be... False, the way of the falsehoods. And sign. This one's really tough. And heal. Heal's kind of neat. Slaughterhouse. Heart. Oh, whoops. No, it's healing. I'll count that as a wrong. I'll count that as a mistake. There we go. Yeah, hopefully be cheaper day to day. Hopefully be less stressed about some other things. I mean, we've talked about it a few times on here. You know, there's... I don't think anybody else is... I don't think any of my anybody who has a similar lifestyle as me is not feeling this. That it's kind of not great to get so much bad news all the time. Wet mortar knot is a lagoon. It's pretty, it adds up, right? It adds up. There's a price that you pay to just, like, every day get a level of bad news that's used to be 6 months. I definitely have blocked a couple of accounts on both Twitter and Blue Sky because it was just like too much stuff that makes me angry and sad and that I have very little power over. And it's not enlightening, right? It's not enlightening, it's not informing. it just hurts. Kari refers to it as novel self-harm. And it's stuff I still kind of do need to know about because it's happening to my neighbors and family and friends and sometimes to me. But I don't really know what to do about it other than to insulate myself from it. You know, total ignorance isn't really insulation, but, you know, offshoring assets is insulation. And, you know, developing skills is insulation. So like it's not like there's nothing I can do about it, but a lot of it, it's more praise. What's the lid safeguard? Is it clothing? It was excellent. Let's call it regular. What am I doing here? I'm trying to take up more space. I've got so much paper. This is really bad paper, so I can be pretty I can be pretty chaotic with it. Also, I want chat to think about this because we're over halfway through. Do people want to watch me game, or do they want to watch me do calligraphy? Or paint a model? Hello, Alexander Tolum. Hello, hello, hello. Hoi hoi. Like our good friend Temmie. Yeah, there's a nice reminder. Tem is always a nice reminder. Who is this? Who are this? Oh, Halfdan. Okay. I don't know Hiroi. I don't know Hiro. Curious about this. Hiro. Yeah, I don't know this Hiro. I do know Halfdan. Apprehend. Yeah. Unlike me, I am not funny. I'm just vibing. God, I hate this character. It's going well. I think so. We're making good progress. Tree bureaucrats? Is it coffin? The wooden bureaucrat, so to speak. Oh! Cider Martin! Hello, Raiders. I have to really stop myself every time from almost raiding out to the person who just raided me. Cider Martin. You were reading and writing. Oh, what were you reading? Hello. Oh, Vera. Hi, Vera. Hold on. Let me handle the raiders first, and I will get to you. Some spooky stories. We are getting to that time. For the raiders, my name is Almantas, former professor of sociology, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. I mostly do handcams. I do a lot of calligraphy. I talk about old things. I try to keep things calm but interesting. Around here. recognize, as we literally just said as you guys were coming in, I don't think I'm particularly funny. This is not the funny haha place. This is the having a beer with a guy with way too much education type of place. I hope that the spooky stories were going well. Last year I did one spooky story on my friend Vex's channel. I read for her channel, I read I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And I do like that story a lot. But yes. Stretching out here a little bit. But yes, I hope they had a good time. If you need to raid and run, you are perfectly welcome to. If you would like to stay here and chat and, probably learn some facts about the Roman Empire or the Sung Dynasty, I am very happy to have you. But if you want to just simply come and relax. So Vera, what happened with me was I read I Have No Mouth, and then I picked up two his best, two anthologies of his best of his 60s and his best of his 70s, and I think he's overall a pretty competent writer, but overall his stories basically fit into two categories. One is, wouldn't it be fucked up if? And the other is, wouldn't it be hot if? He is a unbearably horny writer. Like, actually obnoxious. Actually obnoxious levels of horniness. It's truly ridiculous. Truly ridiculous. And actually, Vera, we have not talked about this, which is genuinely funny. Lindsay Luhu, thank you for the follow. I like the name. Vera, we've actually not talked about the Sung Dynasty, which is crazy. Vera, I adore Vera, folks. I have a lot of affection for Vera. Vera and I met at Offkai, and she very rapidly got the treatment of staying up with me after the after party till dawn, talking about like way too much stuff, like incredible speed at becoming incredibly close friends, me and Vera. Like very like drinking till dawn. Friend of mine. I have a lot of affection for Vera. Vera's extremely cool. She is a teacher. She is a writer. She writes on topics that are much cooler than the ones that I write about. I write about like economics and history, and Vera is writing about like actual cool fiction stuff that people give a crap about. And I can't believe that we've never talked about. Yeah, Vera, the book that I'm reading as my like good book that I am reading, so I'm reading it very slowly. Is Inked. And I really like Inked. This is a really come on, that was a misclick on my part. Can I time myself out? What happens if I try to time myself out? I'm not allowed to time myself out. Boo. Oh, okay. I've been timed out in other people's chats. I can't time myself out in my own chat. Lol. Yeah. So Inked is super cool. Inked is a super cool book. The core of it is that it's a traditional Chinese punishment in Imperial China, like back to like the Zhou dynasty traditional, to tattoo somebody for a criminal offense. And this is partially so that people know that they are a criminal, but also because being tattooed is spiritually defiling under the Confucian ethos. So this is part of it. It's like a very shameful thing to have a tattoo forced upon you, and tattooing yourself on purpose for like self-expression reasons winds up with really, really strong cultural valence. It's like way stronger than what I'm used to, right? Recruit is graveyard power, by the way. I like this one a lot. That is not the book. That is not the book in question, but that is very funny, Vera. That is very funny. That's funny. That is not the one. That is not the one. So in the Song Dynasty, they adopted a practice of tattooing recruits. There we go. Of tattooing recruits as a not just a discipline, as partially a disciplinary measure, but mostly to prevent desertion, right? That was the main goal, was to prevent desertion. Suberu. This one's giving me a lot of trouble over the time. Thread a lot. So that was the main thing, was to make it so that if you saw, like you would tattoo the regiment somebody was a part of on their face, so that if they tried to desert, they could be very easily found and very easily turned in. So here's the thing. Again, being tattooed is spiritually polluting. And so you're making a statement by tattooing your soldiers that they are less than, that they have been denigrated by the act of becoming soldiers. I'm sure that people are already. I know that that people's gears are turning. I can hear the gears turning on some of the implications of this. So one of the very quick implications of this is that, so people are tattooed on military service. This means that military service is not temporary; it's long term. It's like 40 plus years. People are not messing about with this. They are taking this stuff very, very seriously. I'm sorry, I just was like briefly hit by the idea that like maybe I streamed on the wrong day. I just suddenly, it's like sudden impulsive moment, like, wait a second. Is today Wednesday? Good Lord. Busy couple of days. Income, hold on. Because there's multiple different words here. Like here is earnings. I think this is salaries. Hello, Oscurus. Hello, Oscurus. Hello, Oscurus. And I've got the terrible ADHD, so I like if something happens on a daily basis, I can keep track of it. But if it's like on a weekly basis, it's like a lot of effort. If it's on a monthly basis, absolutely not. Anyway, I think this is the word I'm looking for. But yes, so nope, got it wrong. So by tattooing people, so like tattooing only makes sense if you are keeping people in for pretty long service. So Song Dynasty military service is like 40 years. So you've got people in for 40 years. What's an implication of keeping people in the military for 40 years? With very little recourse for doing anything else in life, because you have denigrated them by just putting them into the military with you. Kind of. So an implication, right, of being in the military for 40 years is that this means that the people who have gone into the military are now outside of the labor force, outside of the standard civilian labor force. And there's a couple ways you can manage this. And the way that the Song Dynasty did this was, well, just put them back into the civilian force by making them do labor as soldiers that is profitable for the state, right? They functionally become a they function like they're not really full-time soldiers. They are professional soldiers, but they're also not full-time soldiers, or at least they're not doing full-time military, right? Like, part of being a soldier is like you're dredging canals and weaving shirts and curing tea and doing stuff that is simply like profitable for the state to be involved in. So pretty messed up, right? And also, like, so this means that now all of a sudden these are basically just committed parts of the labor force, and it's long term. And so this means that you also can't draw down, yes, your state workers who happen to go to war. This also means you can't draw down readily. Blue, Sung Dynasty. Sung Dynasty is fun. Sung Dynasty is super fun. It depends on the year. It depends on the year. And that's going to vary quite a bit. So you get paid often in kind. Yes, also as administrative military. Also, yes, chocolate. Yes, that is true. They'd move to reserve units as they aged. It's worth noting that they wouldn't typically have a lot of admin work because the fundamental social defining characteristic of the Sung Dynasty was that the administration was the highest class of work, and soldiers were considered quite low class. So there was relatively little admin work that would be given to soldiers. This is kind of the defining feature, is the professionalization and valorization of the administrative class. Yeah, they would feed and clothe them. Yes, correct, Wendy. And not just to the government abstractly, but to specific administrators. And blue, generally not. Not always. It would be a hard assumption. Remember, Chinese literacy is kind of tough. I'm trying to remember how to write split as we speak. I think it's this. Correct. Nice. Okay, so and head is nice. I like head. That's what she said. Atama is irritable and solution ban. That's actually pretty similar to what's happening with the Sung Dynasty, Winde. Military service is irritable as a solution to manpower shortage for generations. That's actually pretty similar. So the Sung Dynasty did treat the children of soldiers as basically automatic recruits going forward. They're like, if there's a manpower shortage, one of the things that you do is you go to the military camp and you find the relatives of existing soldiers and you tattoo them. It's worth noting that they use tattoo as basically a synonym for recruiting because that's what they're doing. Pox is... No, that's epidemic. It might actually be bean. Yes, it was bean. Yeah. So, and Blue asked about getting paid. Vera is going to be familiar with this. Vera is going to be familiar with this one. If you ever study anything that's a Sung Dynasty topic, there will be a moment. There will be a moment where the where you will encounter Wang Anshe. If you do anything in Sung Dynasty China, you're going to encounter Wang Anshe, and it's always really funny when he comes up because, like, I remember I was like going along Inked and I'm reading it, and then like they drop the Wang Anshe, and it's just like getting an entire house dropped on your head whenever he comes up. He's so important. Oh dang it, got the wrong determine. That was decide. I mixed up decide and determine. Wang Anshe was a social reformer I believe, see, this is why people ask about why I have my redeems the prices that I do. Yes, 1069. 1069 is Wang Anshe's The New Policies. It has been over 900 years and they are still the new policies. They still get to be the new policies. Oh yeah, Winde, you can dump a game recommendation. You can dump a game recommendation in the server. Or here. Oh yeah, Winde, to your question, tattoos for all of the actual soldiers, upper class officers only rarely. Upper class officers are more frequently drawn what we might call the brass. The brass equivalent would often be drawn from the existing nobility or the civil service, and they would not be tattooed, though not entirely. There were occasional people who got up to who were tattooed soldiers who managed to climb the ranks, usually during like the major wars, right? Usually when they're like when they're fighting like the Khitans, for example, is when that kind of thing happens. And yeah, so Wang Anshe institutes what go down in history as the new policies, and he's one of those figures that's like impossible to overstate the importance of. Oh dang it, did it wrong. Forgot a stroke. And one of the big things he did was he dramatically monetized the Chinese economy. That was a big factor in everything that he did, was he increased the monetization of the entire economy. Hope. Hope is... There we go. Cancel. Sacrifice. The Southern Dog. Nope, I'm wrong. Oh, Suzerain! Yeah, Suzerain's cool. Suzerain's cool. I haven't played it yet. I've got it. It's been recommended to me a million times. Suzerain is cool. 1960s Venezuela simulator. For some reason, I had it told to me as like Kazakhstan simulator. It's kind of like Central Asian despot simulator. Behind, Atto de, Ushiro? Was it Ushiro or Atto? Ushiro. In part. Song Dynasty is 900s to 1100s. I always forget the exact start dates. I want to say it's 960 and the end date's 1270. The end date's going to be 1270. Impart. How do we do this? Impart. No! That hurt. That one hurt. That one hurt. Pain. But yeah, so this would be like, this would correspond with like the European High Middle Ages. And Gulf. I like this one. And Melancholy. I like Melancholy as a character. I always wonder if I should rewatch Haruhi. The Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumi. I always wonder if I should rewatch that. precious. But yeah, so the bookends for the Sung Dynasty are the Tang Dynasty the Tang Dynasty ends and it descends into a period of chaotic warlordism. Watch just end the slate. Exactly, Vera. Exactly. Exactly. So the Tang Dynasty falls apart into a period of warlordism. That's relatively brief as these ones go. I can't even remember the name of that particular era. And when it ends, the Sung Dynasty is founded, and the Sung Dynasty proceeds for 300-something years, and it is ended by the Mongol conquest. And the Sung Dynasty itself has two big periods. There's the Northern Sung and then the Southern Sung, and the nature of it is that the Sung Dynasty loses a bunch of land to the Khitan, and notably their own capital, Kaifeng. They lose Kaifeng and it becomes the capital of the Khitan Dynasty and then later the Liao Dynasty. And this is itself a kind of interesting thing. I forget this character completely. This is itself a pretty interesting phenomena because as a matter of like theology, even we might call it, as a matter of theology and philosophy, there is only one actual country. This is a dynasty preceding the Mongols, yes. There's only one actual state, which is that there is China, and then there are people who are not ruled by China but will be at some point. And, you know, this winds up causing this means that they can't really do foreign relations in a pretty normal sense. They don't really have foreign diplomacy. And so the establishment of the Khitan and Shia states in the north winds up full-on causing theological problems. It's actually a pretty interesting thing on that front. Disquieting. Is this one? Yes. Also read it. Set free. Hold on. Set free. Set free. Is it? I think it's this one. Yes. Hanasu. Seaweed. Seaweed. Hold on. Oh yes, there we go. I like this character. Malt. Stupid is funny. Stupid is a funny character. Hold on. That was rapidly. It's sick intelligence. Set free, set free, set free. I don't think that is just you, Saf. My connection is being absolute garbage. My connection is being absolute garbage. I am getting 2,000 kilobytes up per second. Oh my god. My drop frames rate is like 72%. That's all network. You know what, Saf? I'll send you a screenshot because you will suffer. I'm gonna DM Saf this. Well, I may as well put it in my own server as well while I'm thinking about it. Yeah, I'll put it in after streams. I don't know what's going on with this. I'm going to power through. I'm going to power through, but this is crazy. Lazy. Lazy is... Hold on. Feeling... Left-handed muscle. There we go. Good. Good. Yeah, the network is betraying me. Bitrate, is my bitrate too high? Maybe. But yes, Keith, tips getting through large written works for small research projects assignment. I kind of have to ask, like, what the goal is, right, Keith? Like, for research projects, like, the goal of the research project is to present the research as coherently as possible. Like, it's, so it'll be as long as it needs to be, right? Do you have, like, a large quantity of lit review to do? Like, if you have an enormous lit review to do, I can talk a little bit about what to do about an enormous lit review. And if there's a reason why the research format needs to be expansive or extensive as opposed to concerted or intensive, I can talk a little bit about that, because sometimes there are reasons to do expansive research presentations. But I do feel like I need to know a little bit more about the parameters. Yeah, if you're trying to just, like, burn through lit review, yes. Read the and it does. You definitely want to read, like, the really high summary level stuff. If you're doing history research in particular, I'm kind of surprised that Saf didn't mention this, because Saf's even more of a historian than I ever have been. The footnotes, right? Like check the footnotes. That's a way to, like, really power level. To really power level through a reading is to hit the footnotes really hard. And fast. Like, hit the footnotes before you check almost anything else. And there's Sarah Payne, by the way, has a really good strategy for getting through a big lit review very quickly. Yeah, first footnotes are super powerful. I really like this one from Sarah Payne. So if you are reading a history book or a diplomacy book or a poli-sci book that is about a non-English speaking country. Okay, so, like, this is our premise. Like, you're reading something about Japan or China or Egypt or Germany or Venezuela. Go to the bibliography. How many of the sources listed are not in English? If you're reading a Japanese a book about Japan, how many of the sources are Japanese sources? If it's a source about Venezuela, how many of the sources in their bibliography are in Spanish? If the answer is none, you can just not read anything else in the book. You can just done. You're done. You don't need it. Just straight to the garbage can. That saves a lot of time. But yeah, so if you've got a lot of research to get through, those are kind of like some of the big ones. Be strategic. You definitely do not need to read every chapter in every book. Particularly if it's like a survey-ish. If it's a survey type of book, You chose Ibn Khaldun. Okay. Okay, we are going into ads right now, but me and Saf both have studied Ibn. Everybody studied Ibn Khaldun. He's Ibn Khaldun. He rocks. So enjoy. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna snooze. Why not? I'll just snooze. I have the power. I have 3 snooze breaks. I can use those. I don't need to use the bathroom really badly right now. Okay, so Ibn Khaldun is really, really strong as a historiographer, right? He's a potent historiographer, and his influence is incredible. Hello, Sleep for Shark Ray. Yeah, Khaldun's great. Yes, enjoy your lurk. Yeah, Ibn Khaldun's good. So you've been assigned so you're students. Okay, that's one of the important caveats here, right? You are a student, and you're writing an essay about Khaldun. Okay, so first things first, do read Khaldun, right? Read Khaldun, and I also recommend reading a secondary source. It's really obvious with Ibn Khaldun, because of his age and the specificity of his work, that Ibn Khaldun is writing at a specific moment in history, and it's not really to his discredit, right? This is not like a fault of Ibn Khaldun. It's just a thing that like is worth knowing about Ibn Khaldun. He is writing about a pretty specific moment in time and is generalizing it to all of history. But it's worth noting, right? His, yeah, that's where I'm going with this, right? Is like, you do want a secondary source. And Ibn Khaldun is really established. I don't think you're going to be challenged to find, specific analyses of Ibn Khaldun. I would recommend, like, don't read his initial work that closely until you've read at least 1 secondary, possibly 2 secondary sources. So I would recommend at least 2 secondary sources. For the type of essay that you're talking about, I think you could probably... if I was a teacher, I would be pleased if one of my students approached it from an original standpoint. So not just a, like, I read not just summarizing other people's thoughts about Ibn Khaldun, but so read your secondaries. You probably don't need to read all of Ibn Khaldun, but get yourself familiar with at least a couple of parts of Ibn Khaldun. Saf is completely correct here, right? Is like, if you read some secondary sources and they cite specific parts of his work, zoom to those parts. Unless you read, I don't even know what Arabic was he even writing in. I don't speak any Arabic. But unless you know how to read, I don't think that'd be Quranic Arabic. Was he writing in Quranic Arabic, or was he writing in vernacular? Or I don't know what he was writing in. 'Cause I don't read it at all. I can barely stumble through Japanese, and you can actually see me fumbling my Japanese right in front of you. And my other languages are even weaker at this point. I'll also tell you parts of the scholars find very important. That's a really good point that Saf has. Yeah. Start from the secondaries, then go back to the primary. But don't read it first. I would say that that's not the first priority, and unless you want to be a specific Ibn Khaldun scholar, you don't need to read it all that closely. Read the secondaries, get familiar with some of the basics of the primary, and I would say that, I'm guessing you're an undergrad. I would be pleased if one of my undergrads applied Ibn Khaldun to an existing history topic. Including in their personal life. If somebody did an Ibn Khaldunian analysis of their WoW rating group, I would be pretty happy. As a teacher, that would make me happy. If you were to do an analysis of the fall of V Shoujo from Ibn Khaldun's lens, I would be very happy. That would make me happy as a professor. Like, so that's kind of my suggestions right here. We are going into ads now. I've already installed those on ads. So enjoy the fan art. I will be back. I will get up and stretch and use the bathroom. All right, I'm back. I am back, folks. Okay, folks. So, yes. So for the folks who, and with that I disappear. Yes, yes. This is actually yes. Saf. I think I was cooking here by talking about VShojo as a Khaldunian subject. So, Ibn Khaldun's. I am, and if Saf, you did not disappear, if you are still here, please feel free to correct me, though it is late o'clock for you. Hold on, I forgot to do a shout out for Saffron. What is wrong with me? I love Saf. Saf is super smart. Saf is actual historian, unlike me. I am fake historian. I am person who's historian adjacent because of sociology and doing some historical work. But Saf is actual smart on history. And yeah, please check her out. She does a lot of Paradox gaming content. And yes, so Disturb is woman direction. What people do to women, as I think of it. And the hold on, just there we go. And hello, Huggetry be a target. Hello, hello, hello. Edge is to stand on the mountain even more. Yeah. So, Ibn Khaldun's analysis, Ibn Khaldun's thesis, right, of history is that you start out with a community. And I can't remember the exact name because, again, I do not speak the languages in particular that he was working in. You start off with a community, and the community it's a small community on the outside edges of society that, because of frequent face-to-face interactions between the key power players, has a high degree of internal coherence. That they have a high degree of... did that wrong? They are highly internally coherent. And this high internal coherence makes them militarily strong. Because, contrary to a lot of people's thoughts on this, the determining factor for most armies and how they perform is not how many men they have. It is not how well equipped they are. The most important part is their ability to trust each other. That's the most important part, is internal trust, is the strongest military asset. Low trust militaries will fold to much smaller militaries all the time, even in industrial societies. The reason why we tend to think about that, I would start there, Keith. I would start there. I am not a Khaldun expert, by the way. Like, don't trust. Don't. I'm not going to be able to give you specific research suggestions for Khaldun. I do think that biography is a good place to start. I think the biography is a good place to start, and I think a retrospective on Khaldun by another historian, by somebody other than Irwin, is also going to be really good. So Khaldun's core thesis is that a small outsider group has a very high degree of internal coherence, and then they use this internal coherence to leverage out a decisive military advantage and then conquer their neighbors and form an empire. And in the process of forming this empire, this requires them to take their key members and spread them out as administration and government over a larger land area. Thus reducing the face-to-face contact between the primary shareholders of the polity, to use a very 21st century language. 20th century language. Very 20th century language. I shouldn't act like that's 20th century. And so there we go. So that's how you get there, right? And boo, I mixed it up. I thought it might have been that one, but I'll call that a mistake. So you have this high coherence and they get spread out, and that causes them to have low coherence. That causes them to have low communal ties. That causes them as a community to get weaker. And so as the community gets weaker, then they become the subjects of predation by another insurgent outgroup. And that insurgent outgroup that has high communal coherence then has the opportunity to displace them and conquer them. And this is a cycle. He's describing this as a cycle that that a community, as a community conquers their neighbors, they lose the things that make them capable of doing that conquest, and they become the natural prey of groups that are more capable of doing conquest, right? They lose the thing that they're good at and become defeated in turn by people who are good at the thing they were originally good at. And this is legit, and this is I'm sure Keith knows this. I'm sure Keith knows this one, that making some dumb mistakes here, that this is a good description of the era that Ibn Khaldun lived in. Ibn Khaldun is writing from a medieval Islamic perspective. He's living in medieval Islam, and what the heck is Sign of the Ox? Oh my god, okay, I did know that one. I feel dumb. So Ibn Khaldun is writing from a specific perspective in history, but within within the era that he is surrounded with, and that he can even reasonably be aware of. This is how it works. This is a pretty reasonable description of the cycling and churning of Persian dynasties, of, you know, your Rashidun to Umayyad to Abbasid to Fatimid dynasties in the, I think he was in the Fatimids, was where he lived. He might have been Persian. I can't quite remember. But this is a pretty reasonable expectation and expression of hundreds of years of history, right? Of hundreds of years of history for everyone around him. And if it's not a reasonable description of the Roman Empire, which you would have some awareness of, that's far enough in the past that it feels like whatever was going on back then is just something different. And from Ibn Khaldun's perspective, he had very little reason to think that... How does this one work? I think it's this. I think it's whole yield. It was whole yield. Hell yeah. We love when a whole yields. Titan. Yeah. The way that usually Chinese historiographers think of it in a slightly different way, because it's not really about like internal coherence. And Ibn Khaldun was just, hello, Mega Mighty. Sleep well. I'm sorry that you need to bail so soon, but I'm glad that you made the chance to stop by at all. Titan. Is this Titan? It is Shimaru. Spirits. What is spirits? I was about to write ugly. I don't remember. Yeah, I definitely wasn't gonna get that. But yes, it's... Ibn Khaldun did not... Hello, Vetakamo. It's good to see you again. It's good to see you, my dear. I am doing well, Vetakamo. I'm doing well. My internet is doing horribly. My internet is doing dreadfully. It is dying. It's kanji. It's kanji. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. There are differences, but they are, you know, small. Hello, Kirill. Hello, Kirill. How are you doing, my dude? Because I call you my dude. But yes, poor Kirill, I'm sorry. I mostly, I do worry that, I am coming across as like a sleazy old man, as opposed to a charming old man. I feel like there's a very thin line there, and I genuinely don't know where it is. Genuinely unsure. Have to take some acting classes on how to act like a proper 40s gentleman without just coming across as a creepy dude. There we go. Groundbreaking. I like this one. But yes, so Ibn Khaldun's hypothesis, it works pretty well, and he was, Ibn Khaldun was not exposed, and would not be exposed for hundreds of years, for the thing that breaks the cycle of his... Actually, no, it would probably be like another 100 years after he dies, I think, when the Gunpowder Empires become really stable. The Gunpowder Empires is its own type of historical thesis that is not always taken seriously, where the that refers mostly to like the Safavids and the Mughals, and it's this description of these late medieval, early modern Islamic empires that are pretty stable for a pretty long time. The Ottomans would be the other one. I'm sorry, I was trying to remember what the other one was the Ottomans. The Ottomans, the Safavids, and the Mughals are in fact pretty stable, and they're these more or less they're weak states, is what I would call them. They are fairly weak, centralized states. They're monarchies, they're Islamic monarchies, and a lot of why they are the way they are is because of their use of gunpowder-equipped armies. So, like, the military technology of having gunpowder makes some of the traditional problems that afflicted these areas, that afflicted, you know, the Timurid areas of Central Asia, you know, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, etc., and, or, you know, Central Persia, or, you know, Anatolia in particular, Anatolia being a particularly rough one. The ability to produce a more or less modern gunpowder army means that it's actually very difficult to create a fortification that can stand up to centralized authority at all meaningfully. Indications, I want to say, is... Nope. That was penal. I mixed it up with penal. These ones are killing me. These ones are killing me. There's a couple of these characters that are just absolutely killing me. I'm pretty sure this is penetrate. I think this is something, but I can't remember what it is. This is indications. What the heck is this? What the heck is this? I don't remember what this is. Resign. Is tongue spicy? Withstand is going to be earth. Tremendous. Act like Michael Caine. I mean, the character who I try to act like is Mr. Rogers. Well, actually, Uncle Iroh. I try to act like Uncle Iroh and Mr. Rogers. I think I probably might nail Carl Sagan more. I wonder if I can try to pronounce things more like Carl Sagan. Billions. Billions and billions of years ago. I think that sounds phony when I do it. Billions. Yeah. The well, I mean, Keith, do remember that the first battle between we do have a first battle, a first recorded battle between two armies that were both gunpowder equipped, and it's the Siege of Kaifeng. The Mongols and the hold on, I did that wrong. The Mongols and the Liao fight a battle against each other at Kaifeng, where they both have gunpowder weapons, and it's actually pretty crazy, because neither of them had really gotten a handle on how to make the type of gunpowder weapons that we get used to. Hello, Vovern. Because neither of them had gotten there yet. What we instead see is like, it's a lot of like incendiaries, and it's a lot of like explosive grenades that are launched via catapults. I should say traction trebuchets, and so you'll see like a lot of traditional siegecraft works, like mining, right? They would be there's like mining, and then people like putting incendiaries into mines, right? Terrifying stuff, right? Like a lot of like a lot of shrapnel weapons delivered as shrapnels and incendiaries. Yeah, flaming spears. There's a lot of ones where like we're guessing on what the function of them was. Like we're not entirely sure exactly what they did. Like there's one that was called like a beehive or something like that, where it was a big canister or cylinder full of like slow cook off shrapnel that you would lower into tunnels. Like a kind of like a hwacha that you would lower into a tunnel. Like very strange stuff. Very experimental time. Someone on the train smells like coffee and wood. Yeah, heck yeah. Good for them. I actually really love tea tree oil as a scent. And the main reason why I don't use it more in my beard oil is that... Oh. Hat lady! Beware rat. Why not beware hat? I am a wear hat. Hello, Exalted Emily. Hello, Rifter ZC. I'm assuming that Ratmost is about. What were you up to? Jade Empire. Ooh, interesting. How was that? How was Jade Empire? The rats distract from the hat theft. I see. Unrecognized command. Exalted Emily. Exalted Emily is Hat Lady. I like Exalted Emily. Friend of me and Rotmost, which is, I think, a pretty strong recommendation. How was Jade Empire? First time playing it. Excellent. Always fun to get a first time on stream. For the Raiders, sorry, I'm getting really into rolling my R's. For the Raiders, my name is Almantas VT. I am an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy handcam streams, and I am doing something of a calligraphy handcam stream. I am practicing my kanji, because I have been working on getting my Japanese back up to elementary school level of competence, and I like kanji. I am a sicko who actually likes studying kanji. So, hold up. There we go. Also, Exalted Emily, for the purposes of branding and humor, a game that I think would be really fun for you is Tactical Breach Wizards. I think you should check it out. I think you should check out Tactical Breach Wizards. I think you'll have a lot of fun with that one. I'm having a lot of fun with that one, but it just seems it seems like one that I think you'd get a real kick out of. But yes, and yes, I'm currently sock. I have been socked. I will be socked for about 7 more minutes. Yeah. I've spent a fair amount of time learning Hansa. This is actually a thing that trips me up with the way that I am doing this, where the meanings of Hansa are often slightly different, and I kind of remember some of the Hansa meanings a little bit better than the kanji meanings. And there's a couple of places where the Hansa are actually easier, because kanji kind of randomly go between simplified and traditional. So, for example, Japanese uses this for school, right? So this is simplified. But it uses this for horse, which is the traditional, right? So it kind of uses them random. It's kind of chaotic on this front. And one of the parts where it gets really annoying to me is traditional Chinese, which is more of what I know, is much more consistent about using this. Whereas in Japanese, this is a radical. Japanese will just sometimes do this as like it's not consistent. It's not consistent. It's all over the place. Dispossessed. Oh, I'm probably going to be doing dispossessed quotes after I get through my Japanese. After I get through my Japanese, I'll probably be doing some dispossessed quotes, because that's my book club's the book club I'm in. I shouldn't act like I possess it. The book club I'm in, that's the next book, is the Dispossessed. Dispossessed is so good. Dispossessed is so good. Oh, god damn it. Mix up farm and agriculture. God damn it, farm is not a hard one. It's a horrible one to have added back to the list. Dreadful stuff. But yes, Exalted Emily and the Raiders, please, if you need to raid and run, please do not let me keep you from your very important business of taking naps. You know, getting on with your life. I don't want to be in the way. Ram school. No. Got it wrong. Keith, I'm sure that combination hits hard if you speak any Italian. my Italian knowledge is infantile. I am not a I speak no Italian. It is entirely possible that every single thing I know about Italian is in fact wrong. Consult with. But I speak more Italian. I'm sorry, I speak more Chinese and more Japanese than I speak Italian. You can grab some food. Excellent, excellent. Yes, this is. I try to keep this a cozy time. For the Raiders, if you haven't been here before, my goal as a streamer, I am really trying to hit the notes of Carl Sagan and Mr. Rogers. I am trying to keep this comfy and cozy, but also interesting, right? It's pretty easy for things to be cozy, but not interesting. And it's something that I am really in rebellion against. Hold up, that's wrong. There we go. Got it right. I'm gonna put that down as hard because I had to think about it too much. Gracious is not the same as graceful. There we go. Sphere. This one trips me up pretty frequently. Sphere. Kakkoi. First time. Hajimaru. So I don't think it's this one. It's not. Okay, I'm happy to put that one back in the pile because I really couldn't remember it. And this one will come back to me pretty easily. Cloth cuts. Diligence. Diligence. That was easy. Jubilation. Jubilation. You're a bastard. Jubilation is a deer-related kanji. There we go. Tough one, but I got it. Cram school. Okay. Receive round earth. Juku. Mostly feel dumb that I got this one wrong. On farm, these ones are all easy. And first time, cloth sword. Okay. And I am desocked. I am desocked, folks. Okay. Okay, folks. Okay, folks. Yes, please. Oh, that's so sweet, Vetakamo. That's so sweet. Thank you, thank you. I am going to put up a poll. I'm going to put up a poll. For what next? So though I'm going to put up a poll. 50 seems fair. There we go. There we go. So, oh, actually, probably. Hold on. I'm gonna end that. let me take a look at the results there. Hopefully nobody voted. I apologize if anybody did. Nobody voted. Good. I'm not sure what to do. I can talk about my thought process behind all of these. Model painting. Actually, no. I never mind. Never mind. I will. Yeah, I'll just put it up like this. I apologize for being indecisive. I'm kind of curious as what the next day. 87 tomorrow. So, the only Japanese you know off the top of your head is the first line of Cruel Angel's thesis. Zankoku no tenshi no yoni. Na tenshi no yoni. Let's take a look here. Custom study. I'm kind of curious about this. Obviously, there's no new cards because I complete the entire deck. 26 cards were forgotten in the last day. I'll get started on that. I'll do that while we're thinking about this. So yes, my thought process right now. So Terra Nil is that anti-city builder that I've played a few times on stream, and I kind of want to make some progress on it. I've been holding off on playing it off stream, so I kind of would like to do that again, but Thursday is usually my painting day, right? Thursday is usually my painting day. So that's like the most traditional answer for me would be to do some mini painting. Because again, I tend to paint minis on Thursdays. But I don't know, I could do some calligraphy. I'm honestly kind of leaning more heavily towards the painting. Now regretting giving you guys the option to spend points on this, because then I feel bad about disregarding you. But it's more important to make the best stream I can. Like I said, I'm just terribly indecisive. I think you know that. I would very likely paint a Roman legionnaire. That's the most likely thing for me to paint. I would either paint it. I have so many Romans to go through. I do have some other historicals that I could paint. But yeah, miniatures. I have so many ancient Romans, Emily. It's actually absurd. It is actually like kind of distressing how many ancient Roman miniatures I have in front of me. And I have been enjoying painting them as a is it sweater season arguable? Arguable? I think my most recent one, blue, is number 9. Was number 9. Let's take a look at the results here. Model painting. Whoa. Sweep. Mini sweep. Okay. I'm gonna finish up these because these are gonna go pretty fast. But wow, okay. Miniatures sweep. Price? I can't believe I got this one wrong. Emily, so you are going to lose your shit about this. I put up on my throne, I put up a couple of different box sets of different types of miniatures. And I put up a bunch of different types of miniatures. And what I did was I went around a couple of different things that I would like to paint, that I found available on Throne, and I chose boxes that were $30 each. Right? I chose boxes that were $30 each. Okay? So $30 of 40K. $30 of 40K gets you like 5 Guardians. I'm an Eldar guy. I like Eldar. I'm not entirely sure. It does not get you very far, right? Get half a Space Marine. Okay. So, I also put up some Conquest minis. Conquest Last Argument of Kings. So, how many Conquest Last Argument of... So, I shouldn't even ask. For Conquest, right? Which, Conquest minis are actually really good. For the Conquest minis, they get you... $30 of Conquest minis is 12 dudes. Is 12 dudes. Do you want to take a guess at how many Hail Caesar miniatures? You get for $30? Or at least how many I got for for one person buying a $32 box set off of Throne. Yeah, Blue knows the answer. Blue knows the answer well. All right. Here's the box. Hail Caesar. Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit here. Hail Caesar, Caesar's Legion, Late Republican Starter Army. $100. $100. I have 100 of these little bastards. It's so many. It's so many. It's so many. Oh my god. It is worth saying, so like here, you'll see them more in a minute, but this is my most recently painted one. They're somewhat lower quality sculpts than what you're getting from 40K. These are not as good of sculpts in general as most of what you'll get out of Games Workshop, particularly not anything recent, or like a Primaris. Like the Primaris look incredible compared to these. But these are, I am still pretty happy with them. I'm just kind of emphasizing GW sculpts are, for all the shit talking, they are actually really good. Army, yep, Army. We'll get to them in a minute. I'm just gonna finish off this last layer of review because I love to review. I don't think Nagi's awake. Let me check if Nagarutsky is awake. Oh yeah, no, it's a lot. It's a lot. I am pretty impressed, and I think for the level of painter I'm actually, yeah. Well, and it is worth saying, Keith, there's more than one Caesar. Right? All of the legions are Octavians. Not Octavians. Are Augustus's. Augustus Caesar has all of the legions. But yeah, they're late Republican. These are intended for like Civil War era. I say Civil War as if the Romans didn't have a civil war every other goddamn week. Alright, Katsu. Buttocks. I might run an ad while I get ready because we're 15 minutes out from ads and it's going to take me a few minutes to get set up. So I may as well take advantage of that. Again, this one, I can't believe I got this one wrong. Spirits. The spirits within. Push. Also. Well, okay. Okay. Sync that up. All right. Awesome. Awesome. Okay. Okay. So I'm going to change our category over to models and minis. Yeah, which one? Exactly, exactly. It's a funny thing as an American, right? Because we just got the one, right? Okay, models. Okay, okay, time to mog a category. That's always nice. I am going to run an ad while I get ready, notably like the water I need to get ready. So we're going to run that right now and we'll be back in a few minutes. Oh my goodness, I didn't actually put up the away screen. Holy crap. We are painting. Hello Small Mess. Hello Small Mess. Feels like stop motion with you standing up. I don't know what's happening with this. I think I just need to reset my computer, but we're already here, so I'm not going to. What is the hydro paper doing? There we go. Let's move the camera around a little bit. That's not a good angle. That's not a good angle. I apologize, chat. That is a bad angle. It's a bad angle. So, I'm going to move this around a little bit. Actually, hold on. Which way do I want to move this? This way. This way. Look at it this way. Streamers in PowerPoint mode. We are painting. We are painting. I am bothered by this. And it's going to be really funny when I get the VOD uploaded to YouTube, because it's going to be the local file, right? It's going to be purely the local file. So it's not going to look like this at all, right? It's going to be... That's a lie, by the way. We've got another hour. Okay, gonna... This is our wet palette. I got a new wet palette. And I'm going to tempt the fates. I'm going to tempt God himself. I'm going to tempt God himself. And go into streamer hangout. So, you know, yes, here we go. Oh, hold on. I need to grab one more tool. Two more tools, actually. Whip, you little bastard. There we go. All right. Okay, so here's my most recent little guy. I did an okay job. I am going to try and be a little bit more patient this time. I think that model in particular, I think I did a little bit more quickly than I should have. Something like that. Okay. There we go. These dreadful nippers. And there we go. Arm down. And body. And head. Nope, nobody bought the fancy nippers yet. And I'm actually not too bothered by them, to be honest. They're not driving me nuts. It drives Nagi nuts because Nagi's operating at a ludicrously higher level than I am. And also, not just in terms of like her actual observable skill as a painter or experience, but Nagi's also just like very persistent about having the nicest quality goods all the time. Particularly for tools, right? Particularly for tools. She is very fussy about her tools. I hope she's asleep, but I'll DM her anyway, in case she's around. Where is Nagi? Where's my DMs with Nagi? Okay. Okay, so we are just cleaning the model up right now. That is to say, we are knocking off the flash from the flash and molding. So this is I like this part of the process, to be honest. Hal does this part off stream, but I kind of like doing it. It's not the most efficient use of my time, I suppose, but it's relaxing, right? It's relaxing. It's a nice, relaxing little thing to do. And let's get under here. Some of the stuff I don't really need to clean up because it's going to get covered up by the shield anyway, but some of the stuff is worth cleaning up. Some of the stuff is really worth cleaning up. And let's... Alright. Yeah. I don't know. I like working with these historicals. I think, though, that if I ever get through these, I'll probably go over to Victrix. I am kind of not sure where I want to go with my miniatures hobby. I definitely want to get better at it, right? I want to improve my painting. A little bit of a weakness of the models I'm currently work with is that there's not a lot of incentive to learn false metallics. Sorry, we're... I think this might be a better lighting area. Yeah, that definitely looks better. I think I'm more limited on the camera, though, than I am on the, my painting skill. Or at least I'm more obviously limited on it. But I don't know how much I really care about painting minis like making an army, but I kind of do want to do that. And a couple of people who I'm close to. Hello, Brace for Haste. Hello, hello, hello. A couple of people who I am close to are, all Trench Crusade fans. Brace, by the way, people, Brace has pretty good art. Brace does pretty good art over on Blue Sky. That's where I know Brace from. But a fair number of my friends are Trench Crusade fans. And I like Trench Crusade. And I... Okay, I'll shush. You said shush, I'll shush. And Trench Crusade, I kinda, it's not my absolute favorite, because my favorite is Infinity. I fucking love Infinity. Infinity can have a lot of weaknesses and failings because of the ARO. The ARO is such a cool mechanic that I'm willing to tolerate a lot from them. And I think they mostly are strengths, right? I think Infinity is, in general, a stronger game than most of its competitors. On pretty much everything. Other than the clarity of the rules. Good lord, that is not a well-written rulebook. I try not to be too harsh about it, because it's clearly written ESL. They are, in fact, actual complicated rules, and they are written from ESL. And I'm just taking a look around here. I'm just gonna make sure, because I have gotten impatient on this part several times before and then been very frustrated down the line. So I want to make sure that I am satisfied, that I'm not rushing. That I am not getting ahead of myself. There we go, that's some stuff that needs a little bit more work. But I do like Trench Crusade. I do want to get in a couple more test games before I really commit to anything. I think, having played some House of Wisdom, I would prefer to play... I would actually prefer to play as Assassins. And I kind of want to give that a shot, because Assassins is all about mobility tricks. And that's very funny. I should double check and see if Assassins have any way of fighting off any of the, like, like what is the assassin strategy for dealing with like big monsters? Is it evasion, or are some of those assassin characters actually capable of just like taking down some of the melee monsters in the game? Because that's what really got me when I was playing House of Wisdom, was being just utterly unable to deal with monstrous creatures in melee. Just not having enough shooting strength or enough space. I didn't give myself enough space when last time I played, so they were able to rush me down. I thought I would have a little bit more ability to do something about that, but they were just able to completely rush me down. And then nothing I had stood even this barest shred of a chance. Once I was there. So got completely toasted. It was kind of funny, right? I'm doing historical Romans because I've been on a bit of a Roman history kick for the last 2 years, maybe. And I don't know, there's like a weird sense of connection there. But honestly, if I play Saga, which I like Saga a lot. If I played Saga, Romans would not be anywhere near on my list. Romans would not be a short list one for me. Particularly not for like the one I know with some familiarity is Viking Age, where it would be the last Romans, right? The last Romans would be the Romans in question, which is to say the Byzantines. And I don't have a lot of interest in their board and equipment. For me, it would be Ireland. Ireland is the one that really speaks to me. Not the Scots don't speak to me. Ireland, maybe Wales. I can't remember if there are any. I don't think I'd want to do any of the horse archer boards. I like my skirmishing infantry. I like to do skirmishers. I like to do infantry skirmishers. Light infantry. I find light infantry fascinating. Which is a little bit of an embarrassment, right? You know, the light infantry fascination is like one of the more macho, one of the more like bullshit macho, embarrassing military kind of fascinations, but I just like how they play on a tabletop game. In terms of how I play like RTSs, I tend to be a very like methodical bulldozer type of player. Then to be a very blunt, methodical bulldozer type of player. Hello, Archibald. Hello, Archibald. It's not really a flex. I don't know. It's one of those things that I do kind of because other people I see doing it. And it just seems like, I don't know, it feels like ceremonial to me. It feels like ceremonially appropriate to me in the sense that, like, you know, doing like quickly combing my hair after I put on a suit feels appropriate, even if it's like really pointless. Me combing my hair is kind of a joke. Like it is, you know, I brush my hair and put it in a ponytail is how I do formal wear. So bothering. Yeah, it's just a little ritual. It's just a little bit of ritual. I see other people doing it. It feels like the appropriate, correct thing to do when you're a VTuber. So here I am doing it. It's very illogical. But also, how are you doing Archable? How are you doing Archable? I'll just, well. The arms for my mic and camera are like completely crisscrossing each other and hitting each other constantly. I'm gonna do a quick... Okay, hold on a second here. Oh, hold on a second. Properties. Wait, hold on. There we go, that's much better. I just gotta make sure that I feel happy with this. Not quite, a little bit up there. Busy but not occupied, which is kind of the dream. That kind of rocks, yeah. You know, it's kind of funny, right? You just kind of hit me with the fact that, like, by becoming a VTuber and trying to turn it into not just, like, a thing I do for fun, but, like, a major source of meaning in my life, I have kind of committed myself to trying to stick to a consistent schedule for a lengthy period of time. And... I am, and so like that, and so one of the things that I want to do though is I really want to do a meditation retreat. I've wanted to do so for decades, and I've never done it, and it wouldn't even be all that hard, right? But I've just like never made it reasonable for me to do on any sort of basis, right? Like I've pretty much always lived my life in a way where I am constantly scrambling to try to make enough money, or in the periods when I've made the kind of money where I didn't have to stress that much about squeezing out every little last work hour I could, I didn't have any vacation time. Right, like it was, and I think the one time where I may have had something of an overlap on like having built up enough vacation time that I could do anything with it, I was just way too depressed to do anything for myself. Right, like I was just having way too miserable. I just felt way too miserable about my life to treat the question of like, oh, like what do I want to do with my time as anything that I was capable of approaching in an intelligent fashion, right? It was just outside. That was an outside context problem. I almost kind of want like a rough brush for this part. I'm just like gonna destroy these knuckles. Alright. Alright, hold on, let's get... I think when we get to the next ad break, I will have to check. Hello, Veticom. What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? That sounds like that looks like pain to me. Yeah. I actually really do like meditation. It's just I've not done a lot of it in a particularly structured way, or at least not with a lot of instruction. I learned a lot of my meditation from books, which is how I learn almost everything in life, right? You know, it's traditional Almantas fashion of learning everything from reading. Number 4. Number 2. We want the number 2 for this one. And okay, let's get the tools a little bit further away. So now I'm gonna put them back in the toolbox. I say toolbox like I have something fancy, and my toolbox is literally a cardboard box. It's just a small cardboard box. Okay, and so, yeah, I find it actually doesn't tend it. Whether or not it helps me fall asleep is a little bit of a little bit it's not very reliable. But nothing is for me, right? Sometimes meditation makes me like... A lot of the meditation I've done is, like, designed to make me more conscientious and deliberate. And so being, like, extra conscious and extra aware actually makes it a little bit more challenging for me to fall asleep. Get a little bit of that off of there. We're just priming. I haven't been meditating very concertedly in years. I don't know, it's just kind of hitting me right now. Like, the meditative adjacent thing I do these days is running, right? Running is very good for Chan, you know, for Chan activity. But it's not super good for, like, spiritual insight. And so when I do meditate on, like, just, like, on my time, I tend to do very introspective meditation, which, you know, incredibly horrible for helping you fall asleep, right? Yeah, I think it would be nice to spend just, like, a week really focusing on it and learning from some people who are really experienced in teaching people and really focused on teaching people how to meditate. I don't know, something I've wanted to do for a long time, I've just never gotten around to it. And it's hard for me to think too carefully about when I would get around to it with the way I currently live my life. By the way, should the camera be closer in, or is this good? I think this should be good, but I feel like I should ask the audience for input, because you're the guys actually looking at it. I'm looking at the arm. I'm looking at the model. Let's get here. Seems right? Okay, good. you know, the dream, right? The dream, which is completely insane, would be to have like dedicated camera setups for different activities, right? So I don't even have to adjust it or move it around. But that's insane, right? That's crazy. That's lunacy. Huh. Now people like my hairy arms. 'Cause they're gonna be getting a lot of those. Alright, let's gotta get that in there. Thank you, Vedicamo. And this is a very trivial piece of Almantas lore / history, but Vedicamo is the reason why we have a Discord. I didn't have a Discord for a long time, and it was so that Vedicamo could share origami. Because I was doing some origami streams. I haven't done origami streams in a while, and a lot of the reasons just kind of comes down to the fact that I kind of just want to keep on folding the same couple of types of flowers over and over again. I don't really do any other type of origami. I'm not actually that invested in like learning new cool origamis. I just kind of want to do like lilies over and over again. So it's not the most interesting to put on a stream. But I do have a ton of paper left. Just one butterfly scheme. Yeah, you do like that butterfly. You do like that butterfly. The odd part is I just kind of like the crane less than I like some of the other ones. I do have like multiple liter boxes full of old origami that I've done. Oh, I also do the frog a lot. There's a frog that I like to do. But I pretty much just do like lilies, carnelians, frog. I do the crane sometimes, but I honestly just kind of just don't... I don't know. There's something about the crane I don't like very much. I'm always like, I could be doing a lily when I'm doing it. Yeah, the jumping frog is the one in... Yes, the jumping frog. I like the jumping frog. The people love the puffy star. I've never actually done the puffy star. In here. It's not hard. I mean, it's people clearly do a ton of them, so I imagine it's not super hard. But because otherwise, like, they wouldn't do it so much, right? It can't be like one of those like some of the ones that people do on the origami subreddit. I had to stop following it because it was driving me insane. To look at how, like, kind of like what advanced origami looks like. It's not like looking at advanced calligraphy where I'm like, oh, I see what's happening here. Like, I'm looking at the advanced origami, I'm just like, one incarnation. It's like, what is happening here? Like, people will make like 1,000 square tessellations before they even start on anything else, kind of stuff. It's pretty crazy making to look at. Fold a paper lampshade. Yep. I can imagine that taking a while. I'm kind of surprised. So I'm using I'm using a cap. I'm using like a little a cap from some spray can. And then I put some duct tape on top of it to create a surface for the model to stick to. And this one's like I replaced recently, and it's already dried out. And the last time I did this, it lasted like a month. So I don't quite know. I don't know. Was it more humid lately? Well, more dry lately? Was it more dry lately? Maybe. I guess it was. I think we might be primed up. Well, not fully primed up. Well, let's get the last of these. Let's get the other part of these. Yeah, right. It didn't feel remarkably different lately. It did get a lot of color. And actually, yes, it is a pretty colorful duct tape. That is accurate. That is accurate. That is accurate. Hello Humter, hello Humter. I am painting a Roman dude, and I am lagging because my internet is shitting itself. I apologize. I am lagging because my internet is screwing itself. It is trying to kill itself. No, I should, I'm at like 70% drop frames. It's a nightmare. Saf literally asked me why I'm even bothering to stream. And I'm just like, no, it's important. It's important. No, it's definitely not you. And it's going to be really funny because this is going to wind up on YouTube, but it's going to be a local recording, so it's not going to be, there's going to be nothing. It's going to look fine. It's going to look perfectly fine. It's going to be totally reasonable. Okay. All right, let's move some of my stuff over here. I'm gonna be gaslighting people. People are gonna be looking at chat and be like, what the hell? Alright. Okay. I got an actual professional, an actual one this time. An actual professional wet palette. I've swapped the non-professional wet palette that I had was cool, but it had a very severe weakness. It had a very severe weakness. Let's get this on here. Okay, where because the surface I was using underneath it was not flat, it meant that everything on it got, like, very unevenly distributed. And actually the first thing we're gonna put down, let's just think about what I need to put down. I know I'm gonna need the brown, but I may as well start with the first layer that I'm gonna put down, which is going to be the aluminum. Aluminum goes down first. I think I may as well put in this corner up here paints I don't really mix very much. That one's going to go down first because that's going to be like a really deep layer on the metals, on the chainmail in particular. So hold on a second. I think I can do something better here. Okay, hold on. Okay. I'm definitely going to continue to make fun of people for thinking that I'm actually likely to drink from my water cans, because this is what my water cans look like. And here's what my drinking water looks like. No, I haven't. I do have to say, folks, if you're wondering if I have watched a video of something, and it is literally not a video by any Austin or Veilfisk, I haven't seen it. Those are like the only people I actually keep up with on edited videos. I upload to TikTok more often than I watch TikTok. Oh no, Archibald. I think I can't even do it if I tried. These are like such flimsy plastic. I think I would just crush them and flip them over before I could get up to my mouth. Like, that's the big thing for me, is that, like, as soon as I touch these my water buckets, my cans, like, it feels like they want to fall over. Yeah, go ahead, put it in there. Go ahead, put it in there. I'm not gonna check while I'm on stream because I'm not a React streamer. thin this out a little bit too much. Let's get in here. We're just trying to... I don't know why I'm being so fussy about trying to make this neat. I guess it's just that, like, trying to keep things neat and clean is satisfying to me at a very primal level. Which is funny, because, like, in terms of, like, my interior decor and stuff like that, I'm not. Right? I am a very... I'm pretty pro messiness at a personal level, but here, oh, I don't know, it feels different. Something feels different about this. You know, it just occurred to me that there's something I'm not doing right now. Get like clean out, deload the brush. You wanna be deloading pretty frequently. But I forgot to grab my magnifiers. I haven't really played around to see how much the magnifiers interfere with my tracking, but apparently I'm in PowerPoint mode anyway, so it's kind of hard for me to care. You know, we're PNG tubing today. No, hold on. Absolutely jinxing myself. I'll give you a week. Well... Won't be my first time, won't be my last time of jinxing myself and it turning out fine. Let's think about this one for a second. Okay, hold on a second. Let's see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, got the... focal length is all wrong for that one. You know what? Just gonna play around with the lenses for a second here. Whoop. And drop the lenses. Okay, so this is where I want to hold it. It kind of makes it harder to look at. This shouldn't do anything. Makes it easy to look at, but doesn't really help. That's actually an improvement. Okay, so 3.5 can go away. Lenses, lenses, lenses. lenses. You have to resort those later. Okay. All right. Now I'm gonna put the paints that I mix far right side. I have a ton of red paint, so I can be pretty. I feel pretty comfortable being pretty chaotic with it. Okay, number 2, number 4. That's pretty thick. It's substantially thicker than I want it to be. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of funny that like in my actual day-to-day life, my interior decoration is absolute chaos. I just really prioritize being able to find stuff over having it look neat. I can like tell, like at a distance, that like half of the people who watch me, if they like saw my bedroom or my office space, they would just like have panic attacks. Like I just know it. But I need that. I need things to be visible. I need my tools to be visible and easily found. I need to be able to find my gear, my things. They need to be within line of sight, like at least like just like passively within line of sight on a regular basis, or I lose track of them. And then I buy them again, and I waste a ton of money, and all my stuff is really overcrowded, and it's miserable. Let's get in here. Too wet, too wet, too wet. Let's wick some of that up. I don't know, this is kind of like the part of the model painting I like the most. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Hold up, let me... Hello, Halbernacht. Hello, Halbernacht. Hello, Bloom. Hello, Birdmoz. Hello, Ronan. Hello, Dante Daedalus. Hello, Rifter again. Oh, hold up. Hello, Raiders. My name is Almantas. I am a former professor of sociology, a current VTuber, an old man who loves old things. I mostly do calligraphy streams, and I did do a little bit of calligraphy earlier, but right now I am painting a little Roman dude. I do know what you're doing. I did catch a little bit of your stream earlier. Halbernacht was running a... Was it a one-shot or a campaign? Because I know you've had Ronan on before for Lancer. You were running Lancer. A little Lancer session with Professor Bloom and Ronan and Arapai. And was there anybody else? Was anybody else playing? I forget. I apologize. It was a one-shot? Okay. I know that Ronan was playing a Vlad, which is very on brand. That made perfect sense to me. Randon, yes, it was Randon. Randon was playing a goblin. Randon was a goblin, which makes perfect sense. I can see Randon playing a goblin. That may be confusing to people who aren't familiar with Lancer, but mechanically the goblin's a very distinctive mech. Tortuga rocks, man. Hello, Hal. There we go. There he is. Tortuga, yeah, Bloom. Tortuga's so good. Tortuga's like I'm a huge IPSN fan. Blackbeards are actually my favorite. Of course, Ronan, you like the Vlad. You get to... It allows you to stab even when you're being stabbed. It's great. It's maximum stabbing. Ronan loves to stab. Bloom. Of course, Hal, of course you are. Purely on aesthetics, you'd be a horror slide. Bloom, if you didn't get the chance to look at it, the Caliban is just Doom Guy. There's an IPSN mech that's a 1/2 size mech that has a built-in shotgun, and whenever it knocks enemies back, it moves forward. It's so cool. The Vlad is also piloted by Jerry Hartlett. Yeah. That rocks. Okay, so Bloom, you were familiar with the Caliban. You did get a chance to look at it. Okay. Yeah, the Tortuga's so good. The Tortuga's, like, incredibly meta. Incredibly potent mech. The Tortuga's, like, the second best hacking mech after a Horus. I forget who... yeah, Gorgon is cool. I never quite got the handle. In general, I kind of find... I really gravitate towards the IPSNs. With Harrison as a second. Of my preferred armies. I should also make sure that I say, for the raiders and for the players, if you would like to raid and run, you are under no obligation to stay around and watch me be a goofy old man. But if you do wish to, watch me paint poorly, you are extremely welcome to do so. I always appreciate it. Like I said, I am just painting a little Roman miniature. I have many of them. Many of them. Yeah, they came from one goofy old man stream to another. Yes, absolutely. I also apologize. My internet is being a real bastard right now. So if I look like I am... If you are seeing a slideshow, if this looks incredibly choppy to you, I do have to apologize. That is Spectrum being Spectrum. So I apologize for that. I did not realize how nasty it was until I started stream. I feel very silly. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, my internet is being a bastard. Yeah, my internet is being a bastard. But yes. I like Lancer quite a bit. Blackbeard is my favorite mech. I really want to try out a Lich build. I've done some Lich theory crafting, but I've never gotten to play a Lich. But yeah, those are that's like the one that kind of like intrigues me the most, other than like doing silly Blackbeard or Caliban shenanigans. But yes. Yeah. I should say that I also am friends with Ronan and Bloom, and people should check out, in addition to Hal. Hold on, I can do this. I have the power. Shout out Ronan. Ronan is wonderful. Ronan is wonderful. If you want to stay up late at night watching a fellow old hang out and rant about old people things, Ronan is the place to be. Ronan is also a wonderful nexus for a lot of streamers. She's got an eye for talent, and I don't just say that because she likes me. It is not just because she likes me and has shouted me out a lot, but she is a nexus of good taste on her end. Oh geez, I was wondering how far I was from ads. And let me give the shout out as well to Professor Bloom. Bloom, oh, of course Bloom was playing Doom 2. Bloom is a truly dedicated and devoted retro streamer. Hold on, let's turn this light down a little bit. This is a little bit too obnoxious. That's better. Bloom is a truly yeah, of course, and of course the Cleo emote. Of course the Cleo emotes come out. I don't need to recommend Cleo. Cleo doesn't need my assistance. But Bloom is also a friend, and Bloom is a truly dedicated retro streamer. And if you have listened to me and you have said, Almantas, you have such a nice voice. Why don't you sing? The answer is because I'm terrible at singing. But Bloom is not. Bloom is quite a good singer, and he loves singing, and he will often sing on his streams. So if you like that element of it, and yes, Bloom is a very dedicated and serious retro gamer. I just kind of play retro games periodically because I'm an old man and they are games that I happen to like. Honestly, I don't play that many games on stream. Oh, Tony Toy Donut, thank you for the follow. Bloom deeply cares. You do have to rate him? Absolutely. I'm actually kind of frustrated. I've never actually gotten to play Lancer. I've just gotten to run Lancer. I come from my RPG group. Kind of operates on a like don't touch your nose rule about running things. That is to say, if you think a system seems really cool and you want the group to do it, congratulations, you have now volunteered yourself to be the GM. And I was the only one who actually liked Lancer. All of my Confederates didn't actually like Lancer. I am not a lifelong DM at all. I am absolutely not a lifelong DM. It's nobody in my group is a lifelong DM. None of us are a dedicated DM. And so, yeah, if you want to play a new system, you wind up DMing it. Because nobody actually likes DMing all that much compared to how much they like playing it. So I was DMing Lancer, and my group didn't like it, so we didn't get any further with it. And I'm just sitting here sadly with my desire to lab out cool new optimized builds in CompCon. Sad note, trombone phases for me. These magnifiers are so cool, but they also give me a huge headache. I'm not used to them. It's just a matter of like getting used to using them, not to looking through them. It's probably a good thing that I'm in slideshow mode right now, so it's not as obvious how much this is messing with my... the official Lancer Discord or the VTuber one? I'm not in the VTuber one. I'm in the official one. I kind of hate doing... The thing is, like, I'm such I just like hanging out with folks, with my friends, so I always feel weird about just like joining a pickup game, even of games I really like. I like to like be friends with people first and then game with them. Because I'm a normie. I'm a jock and a normie. I want a beer first, Warhammer second. I'm very comfortable with making new acquaintances. Anybody who met me at Offkai knows that I'm very comfortable with meeting new people. It's like I'm like a talking first guy. I'm a yapper. I'm a yapperino. I am actually a deeply annoying person to have at board game night. I'm actually a deeply annoying person for like really serious board game nights because my goal at board game night is I want to bring something to the shared table and have people tell me that whatever I cooked was delicious. That's the actual goal I have at board game night. Like playing any games is like just a secondary thing to me. But yeah, if you guys have I'll talk to Haller Bloom later. Also, Ronan has been on here a couple times. She has played, we've done Monster Con together. Oh, ads. We are on ads. I should also say I haven't had the privilege of getting to hang out with Randon or Arapai, so I don't know them. Apologies to them. I was talking up my friends. But yeah, I have not had the pleasure of their acquaintance. Oh. I'm gonna roll the shoulders out a little bit. And if people didn't already catch on, Hal's a much better painter than I am. Okay. Gotta paint the skirts. It's one of those things that's kind of funny looking backwards that Romans thought that wearing pants made you look like an asshole. Like a major part of Roman cultural identity is like we never wear pants. I don't know, something about that's just kind of goofy to me in retrospect, right? Let's see. Touch up a little bit here, even though this is not like the main component of this, and I haven't even done the most important part, which is skin tone. Is there a name for that type of uniform? The turning point for pants was the Middle Ages, right? It was the Middle Ages and the rise of cavalry as the primary arm of the military in Europe. Skirts and pants are very good for horseback riding. Pants are very nice for horseback riding. So that's not getting horsehair in between your thighs was the really important part. Is there a name for that type of uniform? If you mean the armor itself, we call it a Lorica Hamata, We call it the Lorica Hamata. We call this type of armor the Lorica Hamata. The type of armor you see more often in like movies, where it looks kind of like lobster plates. That is going to be the Lorica Segmentata, which is generally considered by most historians to be considerably less common, but it survives archaeologically better, and the regions of the Empire that preferred it were pretty much just France, and those areas are better excavated. You know, compared to like Syria, for example. Okay, I'm gonna move some things around on the desk here for a second, so give me a moment. Let's get the primer out of the way. I'm not really touching the lenses for the moment, so I'm gonna put my lenses somewhere a little bit further away. Definitely don't need this anywhere nearby. Don't need my chopstick here. I'm just trying to figure out if there's any way I can get like a... I kind of screw up a little bit here by making it so that the left side is the one where I've got this part, but like the thing I want to show off right now is going to be the color mixing. It's going to be the color mixing. So I wonder if this will work. So I'm going to be doing it... Yeah, right above my head. Oh, hold on, I gotta move the water cans back because I put the water cans right in front of the camera. Okay. So let's see. So I've got red down, and what do we need down? We need blue. We're going to be doing some RBG. Gonna be doing a little bit of RBG over here, and you won't really be able to see the RBG parts of the palette until I pull it over. But yeah, the Hamata, the chainmail, is for most of the Empire. I think for pretty much all of the Empire and most of the latter Republic, is going to be the preferred. RBG. I'm sorry, no, RBY. You're right. RBY. You're right. RBY. My bad. My bad. My bad. I don't know why I said that. Okay. So let's get that over there. Let's take a big old glop of it. I don't know why I'm mixing it like this. I'm being very silly. This is a problem that I've run into historically when we've been painting, is that I actually run out of the skin tone that I'm mixing. Where'd I put the red? There it is. So let's... So not much of a reason to... That's probably too much red. And we're going to put in more or less even quantities of red, yellow, blue. And I'm gonna draw them together using my shitty brush. So let's pull those in and pull in a little bit more of the yellow. And let's start pulling in the blue. Let's start pulling in the blue. Start mixing these. I have a set of I have some CMYKs, I just haven't really touched them yet, and I kind of don't want to touch them until I can get some coaching on using them. I want to get Nagi's opinions and thoughts, because it's just really helpful, right? It's really helpful to have the coach on hand. Okay, so let's take a look at this. This is starting to resolve into a brown. And again, we're trying to create a skin tone here, right? This is me. I've become really fascinated with this technique where you create a skin tone by just using a mix of RGB. I can see that I'm using a lot less blue. Okay, now it's starting to resolve. Let's get a little more of the yellow in there. Okay, we're getting a nice chalky, dusky color. Okay, I think this is a skin tone we haven't actually done. Yeah, tutorials can only go so far. I am relying for this technique on a tutorial from Vinny V. And of all of the tutorials I've gotten from him, it's the one that stuck with me the most. Okay, I think this is a good skin tone here. I think it's a good dusky skin tone. Not as dark as some of the skin tones that we've done before. Again, I do kind of have this preference for going towards the darker skin tones. Just, I guess it's kind of like my contrarianism more than anything else, where so much fantasy and ancient media portrays the world as like lily white and really uniform in a way that is frankly both ahistoric and creepy. And, I live in a pretty dark-skinned area. Like, I kind of like to see my reality reflected in my art, right? Okay, that's pretty chalky. It's pretty chalky looking. It might need a little bit more yellow. I think it needs a little bit more yellow. I'm trying to get a little bit more like Mediterranean North African kind of skin tone. So I'm gonna pull in a little bit more. Push pretty much all that in there, I guess. So it looks like that's like the blue goes. This is very little blue, all things considered. The blue goes really far. Hello, that crazy guy, bro. Hello. And yeah, like I said, I'm a little bit of a contrarian here, right? And that's reflected in kind of like how I play like almost every game I play. I like to, like somebody's like, oh, this is a game or like a style that's about X. I'm like, well, hold on. What happens if I push against the boundaries of that? Like, that's kind of what tells me the most about what I'm doing. It's like I get to push up against the boundaries and see the limits of it. That always makes me very happy. That's always something I really enjoy doing. All right, let's try this. This looks a little bit. This looks on the palette. It looks a little bit unnatural, but on the model it might look a little bit better. Yeah, I think on the model this looks a little bit better. It's very chocolatey. It's very coffee. You're gonna lurk? That's good. That's good. I was kind of hoping to get a little bit. It's still a little bit dark. I think I need a little bit more yellow. I'm going to put in ice yellow this time, actually. I put in a lunar yellow before. But ice yellow. We'll put in a little bit of ice yellow. That should lighten this up a little bit faster. Oh, that's so much. That's so much that might not work. Oh boy. The white balance on the camera. I can imagine that I'm looking at the model in person. I might maybe not want to prioritize that. So much ice yellow that I just added there. Oh boy. What? That completely changed the tone. The white balance, and also I've got a lot of light on the model from external sources. Let me turn off the headlamp light. That might help a little bit. Hold on, I'm gonna move the tertiary light a little bit, because I think it's washing things out really badly. Let's hold on. Let's put this on my hand, right? It's pretty pretty chalky, a little bit chalkier than I think I really want. Let's try it down here. It needs more red. It needs more red. It needs more red. No question in my mind. It needs more red. I do kind of enjoy this. I thought this was like literally like the #1 thing I wanted to avoid when I started painting. Like based on my disposition, where like I want to have like a high degree of control and reliability. And this is like so wishy-washy and abstract. And like, no, I actually kind of love it. As a process. I thought I would hate it. Needs more. Needs more ice white. Ice yellow. Okay. I do think maybe I should have started with the light part of it. Making a light skin tone and then darkening it. With a very little bit of blue. Yeah, no, keeping consistent with this is going to just be impossible. I have given up on doing consistency with this technique. This technique is fully hostile to any sort of consistency, which, if I was using it for things other than skin tone, I would probably be really bothered by, but I am using it for skin tone, so I don't care. So that's an asset, right? Oh, that's way too much red, dang. It's actually getting somewhere. It's getting somewhere. It's pretty pinkish. It's a darkish pink. Yeah. Well, I mean, eventually I'm planning on doing that. I have bottles. I have bottles, so I do plan on doing that at some point. But I do want to get, like, more familiar. I do want to get more familiar with this technique. think we're getting somewhere. I think we're getting somewhere. Okay, let's... I'm just gonna commit to this one now. Fuck it. Unless I get like unless I'm like really annoyed by it, I'm gonna commit to this one for this model. Because there's a lot of shenanigans that I have done here, and I am wasting a ton of paint. Hold on a second. There we go. Hello, Tilted Over. Hello, Tilted Over. Hey, it's getting a little... That's better, I think. I think the best one I've pulled off has been the, like, real blue-black skin tones. I think I've done it pretty good on those ones. The real deep dark skin tones. Some of the light skin tones I think I've done okay on. But I think a fair number of them look like really weirdly pinkish. Maybe they just look weird to me because as far as like white guys go, my skin's pretty greenish yellow. Pretty jaundiced looking for a guy who has normal liver function. Turn back on the headlamp. Let's get in here. It is kind of funny to me how much work I'm getting done with my biggest brush size. It's just really my preferred brush. Well, I can tell I'm kind of wearing it out and not using it, not taking good care of it. Let's get in here. Let's get in there. It says Hydrate redeems. Get those toes painted. Mixing some spots over here. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing that. I've got a paper towel like right off screen. I'm just wiping on my own hand. Very silly of me. And now we have exactly the reason why I prefer to not have models all assembled up in advance. Alright, let's get around here. Alright, let's think about this. Let's think about this. Get in here. Okay. Let's deload this one. I think it's time to do a base layer of brown. Mix into a little brown base layer for the leather components. Do the belts. Hold on a second. 1 second, I'm gonna adjust my seat a little bit so I can lean more forward. Put my hands on my knees so I've got some stability points. Let's get the pommel. I should double check the pommels, because I've been assuming wood pommels. But that doesn't necessarily, like, a cord, right? Right, like, it's not necessarily... I don't actually have a good reason to believe that that's, like, the best way to indicate the pommel is wood. I know jeweled pommels were a thing, but I associate those more with later medieval works. And let's get in here. Work on my precision. I do feel like that's the main thing I'm working on. I don't know if it's the thing I need to be working on, right? As a painter. It feels to me like brush control weaknesses, like where I'm like really screwing myself over badly. But that might not actually be the case. I definitely have a problem with not understanding color theory or keeping track of light sources. Like, those are definite weaknesses of mine. My highlights are really inconsistent as a result of this. Alrighty, here we go. Thinking about bounce light is what gets you the most. Yeah, I can't even think about the first part, right? I can't even think about the pre-bounced light. So, I mean, you have a lot more formal training than I do. I shouldn't be beating myself up about this too much, right? Truthfully, I hated art class as a kid. I really hated art class. My least favorite subject. It felt very unaccountable. And that drove me nuts. I liked being able to feel like I had some sort of like accountability to things outside of myself. And I mean this, you know, hey, we're getting super psychological here, right? I struggle with a sense of lack of trust in my own judgment. And so to go into something that's like, oh, all that matters is your judgment, not helpful to me. Not helpful to me. I liked having a sense of empirical accountability. That, you know, it's... Again, I think also people have seen how I think about things, right? They're like, I am thinking very hard about what are the boundaries. You know, what are the boundaries of what I am working on? What are the limitations of my field and my tools? And to get told like, oh, just like do whatever. Not very helpful. I made a mistake right there. Brush control error right there. Just full on brush control error right there. Okay, let's... You don't feel like you learned very much in K-12 art class? I didn't even get through K-12, right? I as soon as they started allowing me to get out of drawing classes and painting and photography classes, I doing whatever is kind of freedom is not great at the start. Yeah, no, it's a terrible start place. It's a really terrible start place. Admittedly, like I am now realizing the hypocrisy on myself here of my own hypocrisy here, where when I tell people like the most important rule of streaming is to start, right? Is to start streaming and figure out how you feel about it later. Yeah, I am grateful that my writing education was not like that. And I do try to tell people this, that when you're writing, it's worth learning a lot of the rules to learn how to break them. Oh my goodness, yeah, bird moths. This is I mean that's my main thing, right? Is like I really worry, and I've encountered this, right, where people kind of treat streaming as a higher level of existence, as a more profound thing to, as just like a better thing to do. And I'm a little bit prone to it, right? Like I part of this is just I look forward to streaming. But what things like streaming is much more so than it is gaming. Streaming is performing. It is performing first, and you know, gaming second. As you can see, as a person who I only have played a video game on stream in like 3 weeks. And the biggest question is, do you enjoy being on camera talking to yourself? It just hit me how much I should take Rakugo classes. Like, goddamn. Like, there's a skill for a streamer. Rakugo. Rakugo is a Japanese performing arts where a single performer, while sitting, you know, no standing, no walking around, tells a story. Typically a story involving multiple characters, and the characters have to be conveyed using nothing other than like voice and face acting and a little bit of shoulder acting, right? You can do some shoulder and hand motions, but you do have to remain in seiza for your entire set. And usually there's a series of kind of set established Rakugo stories that people don't tend to like make up new stories. They tend to tell stories from a set list that you learn. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm out of practice on my seiza too, as well. I'm not even sure I could hold seiza for more than like 10 minutes at this point. But yeah, it's a traditional Japanese art. It's a performing art. I think that learning how to, for one thing, as I've talked about before, I would like to learn how to do a few more voices. I don't know how much it matters, but you know, something that Grimmy does very well, something that Niano does very well. It's something that I could parlay into. I just deloaded this thing off of Skintone. I found an area where I missed. Boo. Boo. I am the fool. I should probably just get more comfortable with overpainting. Yeah, it would be fun to pick up another accent. My accent skills are pretty limited. I could learn the cursed skill and become an American with a decent British accent. The truly cursed one. cursed and evil behavior. It is, you know, in case people might not be familiar with this, is a pretty well-worn trope that British actors doing American accents tend to have functionally seamless American accents, and American actors doing British accents tend to sound like absolute morons. Those are supposed to be toes, not Lolita-thong. Oh my god. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess this is part of the reason why, as like an American, I wonder if this is like a big thing about how Americans, that like, it's kind of hard not to think about minstrel shows. And when I think about like doing different voices is like, and like that's something I don't want to like have people even think about briefly. Maybe I'm being oversensitive. I say as if I'm ever not being oversensitive. Let's get in here a little bit more. And I mean, Vedicom, I mean, I actually don't feel like I struggled too much with understanding you, but maybe I am not. This is an unknown unknowns thing, right? That's your thoughts in Russian are just so far beyond anything I can possibly perceive from your English. Because, I mean, to be honest, I sometimes feel like I don't have the best articulation in English, right? Sometimes it's just hard to communicate, right? Communication can just be difficult. And perfection is a beast. Yeah. Let's get some red in here, I guess. And deload some of that water. So it's just driving me nuts. I don't think this is the most important thing for me to be working on. But I'm partially self-conscious because Nando is doing a painting stream. And yes, I shouldn't be competing with my friends, but god damn, he's a better painter than me. It's like not even close. Made me feel very stupid. Just felt like such a goofball. So, now feeling more, Yeah, I mean, it's a matter of education, right? It's a matter of the fact that the classes weren't very good, I don't think. Charlotte speaking Russian too. Billy said no well enough to be sure. That's fair, that's fair, that's fair. Again, I've been working on my Japanese and just constant, like, Nihongo de nan to iu ka? Just seemingly endless. But like, this is the thing I keep on saying is like, I think a lot of people would like math, but they were taught math in a way that was really hostile to comprehension. And the way I was taught art was, you know, oh, just like draw things. Just draw things and just see where it lands. And truthfully, what it feels like in retrospect, right, is that as early as first grade, my math classes were designed, not my math classes, my art classes were designed for people who had multiple years of experience. That's what it kind of feels like to me, is that these were not art classes designed for people who haven't taken any art before. These were art classes designed for people who had spent the previous several years learning how to draw. And for those of us who had basically not really put pencil to paper for anything other than for writing and for handwriting practice and for doing math, we were just kind of completely left behind. We were functionally not the students. You know, we were dropped into a 200 level class as if it were a 100 level class. Yeah. And even more so than, for example, math in my schools at least, art classes were ones where once you started falling behind, you just kept on falling behind. And of course, you still got good grades, right? You'd still get good grades. It was a very frustrating feeling for me, a person who, I mean, admittedly, I generally got good grades, but like, I was getting good grades in a class that wasn't challenging me at all, that asked nothing of me. And it felt hard to invest in or care about a class where no matter what I did, I got good grades. You know, I'd tell the teacher, I don't understand this at all, and they'd be like, oh, you know, who cares? And I've kind of relayed this in the context of video games, but, you know, for me, the kind of worst thing for me to say about an experience is for me to go, so why am I here? I know we all have that experience, right? You know, we've all been pulled into an all-hands meeting where the actual purpose of the meeting is to flatter the egos of people in management that they get to hold meetings where 100 people show up. Right, like that's... I think we're all pretty frustrated with that. Say that a lot about my life. I mean, I say it a lot in my life, right? But it's something I kind of avoid. They just want you to learn dates. I am pretty grateful that for most of... I think America moved on from the, like, memorizing date style of history teaching, like, 50 years ago. Like, we've been over that one for a while. And I'm pretty grateful for that. But even then, the education that you get in American school in history in our, like, high school level, basically worse than useless. And people often focus on, like, the facts of the matter, because oftentimes there's a perception that history is a series of well-established, well-understood facts and that to be a historian is to just know a lot of facts. And that's where it stops. Like, it starts with knowing a lot of facts and it ends with knowing more facts. And this is not true. Historians are putting a lot of effort into discovering the past. The past is still... Much of the past is still uncharted territory. And there's kind of... It is very much a process of discovery and pushing boundaries. And the part that matters about being a historian is not, can you find things, even, but can you distinguish between facts and fiction, right? Like how able are you to interrogate your sources, and understand them, and understand when your sources are just lying to you. And that's something that, like, they don't tell you is even part of the plan until you're in college. And that's pretty crazy. You just... where was I? Yeah. When it's not, I'm happy. I mean, my own reaction is, oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. What's up? You know, I'd like to... I like to give people the space to answer what's going on. I don't know, I am maybe a weirdly over-curious person. I kind of assume that everyone has a valid an interesting perspective. And if somebody's having a bad day, I mean, I want to hear about it, right? Oh, Todd's Workshop rocks. Todd's Workshop is super good. Todd's Workshop is super, super good. Historians like Todd's Workshop. Like flat out Sleeper Shark. Like, in case anybody's wondering about this, like, how YouTubers relate to history. I shouldn't say how historians relate to history. How historians relate to history YouTubers. Like, Todd's Workshop is one that historians bring up as like a positive. Like Todd's Workshop is actually really good. There's a lot of history YouTubers I don't know how to evaluate, because they'll be talking about subjects I don't really know super well. A couple I know are good. I'm pretty confident Invicta is good. Oh, Blue, you have hit on an important technique for people to know. Important little technical thing to share. If you are in regular therapy, write down pre-therapy notes over the course of the week between sessions, so that when you get to the session, you have something to, you don't just fall back into your automatic responses, right? Like prepare notes for your own therapy sessions. It really improves the quality of your therapy. Okay, I knew that looked weird. Yeah. And it's so hard to beat that automatic response that, like, I still, like, the doctor still laughs when, like, I show up to the doctor and they're like, how you doing? I'm like, well, I'm throwing up all the time, man. Like, sorry. I don't have better news. But I can't stop puking. Alright, this ad break I do need to get up and stretch. My head hurts from crouching in like this. Oh, I mean, you're allowed, Vetacamo. I am going into ads in like 2 seconds, so RIP. But no, you're having a bad day. Do get your meds sorted out. That's a terrible situation to find yourself in, to have put yourself in. So please get that resolved. But yeah, so we're going into ads. Enjoy the fan art gallery. I need to use the bathroom. Be back. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. I realized when I got up that I was actually really hungry, so I had a little bit of food. Had a snack. And I'm really grateful I did. Alright, let's... Oh. Okay. Let's get back on this. We are 5 hours in, and I am less than halfway through my guy. I'm less than halfway through my dude. Alright. Okay, so let's sit there for a second. And start to work on the shield a little bit, get some basic coverage on the shield while that sets. Let's just get the center of the panels in, and then coarsely, and then I'll get to the edges later. Otherwise I'll be distracted. You're in search of snack as well? Yes, yes. I recommend that you get snacks. I find it kind of crazy that a lot of VTubers just, like, forget to eat for really extended periods of time. I don't get it. I forget to eat for extended periods of time if I'm, like, really depressed. But also I'm finding I don't know, maybe it'll change if I get, like, really big or something like that, but I find streaming really good for my mental health. I find this puts me in a really positive mood. I feel very energized. I tend to feel very off-center on days where I don't stream. Speaking of, Subathon starts Monday. I'm a little bit nervous right now because I've been pretty lazy about prep. My previous subathons have gone pretty well, even with pretty minimal prep. And they've been very pleasing to me. I've done some prep, but I guess I mostly did the prep like a couple weeks ago. So the last few weeks have just been dialing in the new model. And that's a kind of crazy making activity for me. You don't snack throughout the day? I shouldn't be snacking throughout the day, but Very annoyingly for me, I have a bit of a eating trigger where if I get really mad, I just gotta eat. Yeah, the hangry. Hello, Ditigris. Oh, and it feels like the other... I always thought that the phrase hangry was like, you get hungry and that makes you crankier and more angry. Yeah, how are you doing, Ditigris? Yeah, which, in the current, news environment is difficult to avoid. Had a good night? Yeah. And I don't even know if it's hungry, to be honest, Blue. I don't even know if hungry is the right word for it. It's just like a weird eating trigger. Guess it's something I should put down in something I should put down in my notes to talk to my therapist about. Would be anger. Yeah, anger. Yeah. No, I don't even know if that's a pun so much as a, what do we call that? A lexical expansion? I'm down with lexical expansions. Wait, hold on. Domain expansion lexicography. I've heard that domain expansion thing. I don't know what it's from. I've heard people make you use it like that, but I don't actually know what's going on there. No, I think you're just referencing the meme. Okay, gotcha. So we're all on the same page here. Not Naga Runsky. Good morning, Nagi. Good morning, Nagi. Yeah, the Eldementis. I've got dementia. Is that the joke here? Yay, Nagi. Yay, Nagi. How are you doing? How are you doing, Miss Nogs? People, if you don't know Nagi, that's surprising. Nagi is a dear friend. The paint application process is going okay, I would say. I would say it's going okay. For some reason, my stream is super crunched today. So the stream itself, on a technical standpoint, is doing quite poorly. But the paint is going fine. The paint is going fine. I am continuing to experiment with RBY skin tone applications. I think I've made a pretty coffee tone skin. Crawl on stream soon. I have a VTuber Pokemon match today. Yeah, I'm applying for paint. Yes, I will get accepted. Are you doing your own stream, Nagi? When do you stream today? I know it's a European tournament, right? It says yeah, Nagi is in Freya Guma's Pokemon VTuber tournament. And she has been taking it very seriously. She has been taking it very, very seriously. She has been labbing matches for days. I am reasonably sure I took my thesis defense list seriously. Yes, it is Draft League. Yeah, Freya Gum was doing it. Well, no, hold on. Somebody else was commenting. I thought Freya Gum was commenting and he corrected me that somebody else is commenting. First match was yesterday? Yeah, but you weren't in that matchup, right? Your first match is today. Who won? Who won? Mira versus Riona. I was going to say I don't know either of them, but that's a lie. I know Mira. Well, I know of Mira, but I hang out in Mira's stream. I don't... Absolute keynote? What does that mean? What does that mean in this context? It's clearly a battle for the ages. I think you said that you were pretty worried about Mira. That is to say, as an opponent in this tournament. That's because they're Soviets. It's Soviet for good, for high quality entertainment. Derived from cinema, from kinema. Digico and I would not be surprised in the case of Digico. Digico is I don't know but Digico is a powerful analytical mind. Watch you fuck it all up? Yeah, because this is not auto, right? This you actually have to pilot the matches. It's not just you draft and then it gets autoed. You still have to pilot your Pokemon, your decks, your armies, your sets. I don't know what to call them. Yeah. So you can still throw at this point. You still have the power. Teams maybe? Yes, teams. Yeah, no, I'm not a Pokemon's guy. You could tell me a lot of things about Pokemon. I've been hanging out with Nagi while she's been talking about the Pokemon tournament, and it's just like, I don't understand what the heck you're talking about. I feel like I understand less than I did before. I've become de-educated. My dumbfunding ray has struck me. Yeah, they drafted. There was a whole draft stage. And I've seen what the drafts looked like. It didn't make any sense to me because I recognized, like, Porygon. I think was the only one I recognized. I know so little about Pokemon Dietigress. The only Pokemon generation I know is the first gen, because I played Pokemon Red back around the time it released. And I played Pokemon Snap. And I played the Pokemon card game back when it was novel, for like 5 minutes. And that is my Pokemon experience. Hello, Xanadu. I'm glad you got some sleep. I would like you to get some more sleep, but I'm glad you got some. Pokemon Snap rocks, man. That one I get it. If the Pokemon series had all been Pokemon Snap variations, I might have played more of it. Doesn't even know about the Ogerpon Wellspring aspect. I don't even know what Ogerpon is. There was a new Snap game? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, there's the other problem of me on this is that I don't buy consoles or play console games. It says where you got the Pokemon from. Cute. Cute. That's a cute feature. Pokemon Go is a phone game? Is that correct? I think the only game I've ever played on my phone was the pre-installed chess. Oh, I played the pre-installed Go. And I was very bad at both of them. Even the very easy AIs kicked my butt really badly. I don't know if I've played Reversi. I think they meant like somebody hits you with a hammer. Reversi is a free-to-play game? Alright. My free-to-play game of choices, as ever, Warframe. Yeah, I think the way that you infuse sleep in somebody's body is you hit them with a head. You hit them in the head? You hit them with a hammer. Yeah. Big bonk. Don't worry about Zondu. I'm sorry that you're having so much trouble sleeping. Hello, Exalted Emily. Welcome back. Welcome back. I am behind. I am pretty behind. I am MR31, so I am very far into the game, but I only play it periodically, and I haven't played it very seriously in years. So, like Garuda still feels like a pretty new frame to me. I have played so much Warframe, Xanadu. I have played over 3,000 hours of Warframe. There was years where Warframe was my after work game. And it's funny because I don't love Warframe. Oh yeah, no, the grind. Once you're, yeah, I played a lot of Trinity. Trinity's still my #1 most played. Because I played back in the day when I was max MR back when it was the maximum MR was 19, and the way that you played the game at that point was there was no. Xenric wasn't implemented yet. Xenric was not implemented yet. And so the way to play the game was you would go to Hydron, and I would spam Energy Vampire to try to help newbies get to spam all of their abilities and have way more fun. Beginning to spam their abilities like crazy. Well, I don't know how much I was hooked. It was just it was what I defaulted to when I didn't have a better idea of what to do with my time. And you do that for a while, that adds up. You know, it's not a very conscious thing, not a very emotional thing. It's just, you're kind of there. And to be clear, I do actually have a pretty high opinion of Warframe. It's not a game that I am losing my mind over, right? Because we've talked about some of the games I lose my mind over, right? Outer Wilds, for example. Excuse me. Washing down the chainmail. 30, yeah, 30 is 30 is so many. Man, even as a person who plays Limbo a fair amount, I always struggle to believe that there are Limbo mains for any reason other than trolling, and they removed Limbo trolling from the game. Limbo used to be really fun to troll people with. But they understandably nerfed that. My favorite's probably Gara, for what it's worth. I like Gara a lot. If you got a Pokemon team of 6 with no legends, what Pokemon would you pick? 6 Diglets. If Limbo has no mains, then I've known other Limbo's names. Because Diglett's cute. Unless they removed the Nyx nuke build. Oh, I didn't know that they did that. When did the shit? I didn't even know how to do a Nyx nuke build. Like, I know how to do it like 10 years ago. How you doing, Bunbaneko, by the way? Thank you for asking a question that I got to troll you with really hard. Thank you for setting me up for that, for success. Oh yeah, no. People used to troll really hard with Limbo. I don't... They removed most of the ways that you could troll with Limbo. Like, you used to be able to lock your entire team out of interacting with consoles, which can, like, lose you missions. Hey, your orb. Wait until minion hits someone. Oh, I see it. Yeah, that's not what I was thinking about at all. I never even tried that. That's interesting. And I lost it before I even got it. The thing I did with Nyx, which they also nerfed into oblivion a long time ago, was my favorite gun. That I am more of a main of the gun than I am of any frame, is Penta. I love Penta. And many, many moons ago, Penta used to do self-damage. You used to be able to blow yourself up from like half a screen away. Using Penta was a pretty high skill thing, and I actually really enjoyed it. I'm very sad they changed Penta to just knock you down. Not nearly as funny and actually more annoying. And so if you used, if you had Nyx's 4 with the augment that let you walk while using it, and Penta was not even the best way to do it. There's probably some better ways to do self-damage. But, you know, you just walked around pentaing everywhere wildly and doing a bajillion and one self-damage to yourself. And so Nyx's 4 basically turned into a, like, 500% damage increase. Well, and the other thing is that for a long time, Xanadu, there also wasn't a lot of reason to use Limbo other than for trolling. Limbo was useful for cheesing a couple of defense objectives and for trolling, and not a lot else. And so it was a pretty safe assumption that if you saw a Limbo in your group, they were going to troll you. Oh my god, my bitrate fell to under 1,000 kilobytes per second. Holy... Uh, but yeah, you could really mess up your entire team with Limbo for a long time. Okay, let's get in here. And actually, if Nagi's still here,
Nagi, where are you?
But it did negative 2 billion damage. That's cute. That's cute. Sorry, I put on the goggles again because I'm gonna try to get some very fine detail work in here. Okay, hold on. Gotta get in here real close. Belt buckle. Okay. That feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. No, Nagi's got to prep for stream. I mean, if she wants to come here, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy, but I think she's prepping for stream. Let's let the... I mean, it's for painting. Losing gallon meant tears. I thought it meant sweat. Or blood. Well, if you lose gallons of blood, you're in a lot of trouble. This mini is for painting. But if you're asking what it's from, it is from Hail Caesar is the game that it's from. Which is War Games Atlantic. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now because I'm catching some small stuff in here. Lost gallons from me, lost a lot of friends. Oh no. Oh no. So in theory, I could use this for playing Hail Caesar, or for that matter, a couple of other historical games. Or if I want to be an absolute... If I want to be a goofball, I could use this for, you know, any game that's 28mm, and I'd, you know, be like, deal with it. Deal with it. This is a Aib, right? This is what my Asawiras look like, right? I could be a real goofball. Just put it on the right base. You're calling it a night? Alright. Alright. God, I'm kind of hit by the fact that 2 of my friends are having debuts tomorrow. Cavalier and Mabel are both having debuts tomorrow. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I've been talking with Mabel about it. Mabel's unsurprisingly very nervous. I'm sure she'll do great. I have a lot of confidence in her. I'm less in Cav's inner circle, so I don't know as much about how she's feeling about it. She said she was feeling nervous on Twitter, but you know, maybe she's fine. Maybe she's just fine. Had pepper in a dessert? I hadn't thought about putting... I have had some pepper in a dessert. I have had some pepper in dessert. A local place to me years ago, as in I used to live in a different area and it was local there, they had a dessert that was basically peaches with black pepper. And that was pretty good. It's kind of funny. I make relatively elaborate desserts as these things go. But to be honest, a lot of my favorite desserts are literally just fruit. Like an absolute S tier dessert to me is like literally just pineapple. Just raw pineapple on its own. Yeah, pineapple's amazing. I feel like it's hard to improve on. Savum, mango is like actually my favorite food. Like I don't have mango very often because it's like almost too special. But mango is just like an absolute favorite food of mine. Go. What's the best way to cut a mango? Hello, Mokaba. I do the part where you slice off the sides from either side of the pit, and so you're holding the like a third of the mango, like a rounded third or so of the mango in your hand, and then you score it, and then you pop it out. That's, and then like the parts that are around the pit, I kind of just like carve around them pretty closely, and then I score in a line along those parts that come off, or along the chunks that come off. And then, you know, I do the part where like you flip it out and you just press it to my face. It's all over my beard. It's disgusting. I love it. Some water. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, very, very attractive. I'm sure everybody loves it. Yeah, it looks like a cubic turtle. Yeah, it looks like a Minecraft turtle. Doing a little bit of dry brush. God, mango lassis are... I should figure out how to make one. Because the not vegan part is a bit of a challenge. I did like them a lot. By the way, shout out to Nepal. For having a very confusing political situation. Mokaba is Lithuanian. Xanadu, the challenge with the challenge for it is again the part where it's not vegan, where there's yogurt. So I'd have to come up with like a good vegan yogurt substitute that like really just something that accomplishes the same flavor profile. Might not even be hard, to be honest. It might be possible with just like some lemon juice and cashews or something like that. Yeah, but yeah, the Nepal situation's nuts. They're partying over there, as the kids say. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, the yogurt's kind of important. Let's see about this. Let's get out my oranges. So, got orange fire. Hot orange, Rise of Rust, and there we go. I think that's the one I want. Sunsets. So I want to use an orange for the highlights on this. I'll use an orange for the highlights. And I think I want to use sunsets. Yeah, it's a silly number of oranges. It's pretty silly of me to have done so. And we're just going to try to get in here and get some highlights in on the belt before I put in the arm. But yeah, hey, yeah, shout out to Nepal for a confusing situation. For people who might not have heard this part of the news, Nepal had a massive series of corruption scandals that culminated in the government shutting down all social media, which just made people more angry. And so they elected a new president over Discord. and overthrew the existing government. And the outgoing prime minister has fled to the Middle East. This mostly feels confusing because I think for a lot of people this feels confusing. Yeah, in like 48 hours. It's very quick. A lot of people find this kind of confusing because the party in question was not only like a parliamentary democracy, and like parliamentary democracies don't tend to get overthrown like this very frequently. But it was also a communist one. It was a communist party that was in power. It was the UML. The Nepal has very funny elections. Or at least did, under the previous ones. Cashew? Yeah, that's why I figured it was cashew would be good. Cashew, honestly, like cashew plus a little bit of cashew and some lemon juice might really kind of just do it. Some lemon juice and some salt. Just trying to get in here and get a good sense of what I'm looking at. It's a nice yellow. But yeah, generally it is not thought that yeah, Nepal has had a very funny series of elections since the end of their civil war, because there are two competing major communist parties. I should try to figure out a little bit more about it, because there's a lot of things going on in Nepal. Nepal is usually pretty confusing. Okay, ads are incoming. I mean, I'm optimistic, right? Maybe that makes me naive, but I am optimistic that the people of Nepal are going to have a nicer time going forward. All right. Let's get a little bit in here. Yeah, that is pretty cool as well. That is pretty... Cementium. Oh, hold up. Cement's crazy. Cement is crazy. The plastic cement's nuts. Probably from bias sources. Yeah, probably. I'm kind of surprised that the usual schmucks that I have to deal with on social media haven't been saying anything particularly stupid. Which is probably a sign that it's a good situation. Yeah, I would actually say it's Sisyphean, right? I think that there's functionally infinite knowledge you can have in this universe, even on individual topics. And that was always true, right? Knowledge is fractal. Also, man, this stuff can make you really sad. Alright. I'm not gonna lie, I'm really curious to see how my... I'm really curious to see how this wet palette holds up over time. I also just looked down at my desk storage. It's like, oh my god, this is bad down here, man. I gotta... Alright, we are in ads. I'm going to take this as an opportunity to stretch a little bit, unshrimp myself. I'll be right back. we're back. We're back. We are back. We're back. I don't know why I'm talking like this. But we are back. This is simply true. This is simply true. These are the facts in front of us. Where did I lose chat? Put chat away somewhere weird. Thank you, Exalted Emily. Yeah. Give myself a little bit of welcome. I don't know why my ice white's like this. Okay. Okay. I'm going to be making some highlight colors. I'm barely making progress here. I want that to be considerably lighter than even that. Wow. Making some pinks here. But yes. Sorry, I'm losing my train of thought here. I've got plenty of painting left to do on this guy. Jeez. Okay. I think this actually needs even more yellow. Why is my ice yellow like this? Why does it bubble so much? Alright, whatever. Let's see what happens when I use this. See what happens. Holy crap. You must wait. Please get some rest. Please get some rest, Xanadu. Thank you for stopping by. I'm really grateful to have had you here. X_A_N_A_D_U_ is one of my favorite names to say on this here twitch.tv. Let's take a look in here. Let's try to get this arm. Yeah, so far, signs point to it being a totally lovely stream. I see nothing to indicate that I am going to have a less than wonderful stream today. Yeah. Let's get him here. Nice thin coat up here. And let's get in here a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know, crazy world sometimes. And it's encouraging, I suppose, to see a horribly corrupt and awful government get punished for their misdeeds, or at least get removed from power. I don't know how much I even care about punishment. Oh, and if we're being honest, it's not just that it's interesting times, that's the phrasing, but it's also very cringe times. Times can be not poggers, as the kids say. Yeah, the one that was very amusing to me that I learned earlier today is that cocaine has been falling in price. Cocaine has fallen in price by like 50% in the last 6 months. Not really a coke guy, so didn't occur to me. Didn't even think about it. But it is funny. No, it's not that, Exalted Emily. It is, by reallocating, FBI resources and CBP resources to, fulfilling really high immigration quotas. That means that they're not doing customs enforcement. So, smugglers are having a much easier... The barrier for smuggling is much lower. Yep. I didn't really think about it very hard either. Again, you know, I don't even like caffeine, right? So like, it's like, this is all very abstract to me. Like, yeah, so the stronger stimulants I didn't even really think very hard about. Didn't glue properly. Dang it. Okay. Well, that's actually fine, because I want to get some of this inside a little bit stronger. Get in here a little bit. Happy little accident. Yeah, happy little accident. Yep. Many times, a large percentage of life is, in fact, about turning, at least to my mind, a large percentage of life is about turning lemons into lemonade. Which is a little bit funny, because I don't like lemonade. I think lemonade kind of sucks. But I guess other people want to buy it from me, so I will do. Still, funny little idiom, that one. I like that idiom. I mean, I guess I've talked about this many, many times on here, so I hope I'm not boring people too much with this one, but my life experience, just as a human being, has been primarily that I have been rewarded for being patient and tolerating failure and working with these situations where you know, where things turn out my way when I didn't expect them to. Yeah, I do not feel like I have been rewarded for that traditional masculine virtue of acting decisively and aggressively in the pursuit of what I want. Virtus, as the Romans might say, has not generally paid off for me. Hello, Cat Magician. I mean, I will say in general, everybody has patience, right? We all have patience. We just have different amounts of it and use it in different ways. And like I said, I feel like I have been rewarded very, very thoroughly for being patient. I feel like being patient has been my strongest assets. And I think I need more of an actual brown. I think I'm actually getting low on this. I think it might be time to buy some more. Try to mix these two a little bit. Let's get in here. Okay. This is like my favorite part of this is edge highlighting. Let's get that. But yeah, I don't know. It's a thing you can work on, right? There's kind of, I have seen no reason to believe that it's something that people just have or don't have. I don't think I was born with it. I certainly don't look at my family members, my brothers and my uncles, and go, oh, this is something I was destined to have. It was a matter of self-recognition and self-control and, big brain theory, right? Big brain theory here a moment. My understanding is that my belief, my philosophy is that in the moment you kind of act according to how you already programmed yourself, how you already want to act. You kind of follow a set. There it is. You kind of follow a pathway that was already laid out to you. But you can change that pathway, but usually not in the moment. You change that pathway during the downtime. You change the pathways in your character when you have quiet and peace and some time to think. That's when the real shit happens, so to speak. Alright, and let's And you can learn it. You can learn it. It's not a... It's not a matter of destiny. Okay. 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 I've usually used like orange highlights for this, for what I'm doing right now. Rather than pink. I'm kind of into this pink. Yeah, chosen one narratives I find kind of less compelling the older I get. Or if there is a chosen one narrative, I kind of have fun with it when it's like social chosen ones. You know, kings are chosen ones, right? But it's by social fiats. And that gives us some interesting options, right? For what these types of characters can be. Like they won't intrinsically be moral people. They'll just be the people that were wanted. And hello, Michan. Hello, Michan. How are you doing, Michan? All right, let's get in here. Oh yeah, we need to get the copper in here. Also, I need to loosen this up a little bit. I'm actually getting quite a bad headache. Chosen one. I mean, they're still chosen. It's just not supernatural, right? Woke up so groggy. I am sorry. Let's get in here. Oh geez, okay, hold on. This is really wet. Really wet. Well, still, I just want to point out, just grammatically, it is still chosen. Chosen just the past tense. Which I'm being a pedantic little shit here because I understand the point you're trying to get at, but it's I think there might still be some room for maneuver. I don't know. I think plots are all about execution, right? I'm a big believer in execution over concept. Concept can be whatever, right? The execution that I liked, again, like the best book I read recently was Greek Lessons, which is about a Korean woman studying ancient Greek and a Korean man teaching ancient Greek. And good gravy is Greek Lessons good. I love those two. They've both lost so much. Greek Lessons by Han Kang. Yeah. Greek Lessons by Han Kang. Han Kang recently won the Nobel Prize in Literature. And it's... like... the Nobel Prize should consider them... the Nobel Committee should consider themselves lucky that she accepted. She wrote The Vegetarian and Human Acts, and those are just two of the best novels of the 21st century. Just, good lord, am I impressed with Han Kang. I think The Vegetarian's actually the best of her works. To be completely honest, I think The Vegetarian's the best one, but let's get some nice white down here. I'm kind of torn because I'm pretty tired right now, but I kind of want to finish the model. Kind of confused throughout the whole thing. Yeah, that's understandable. That's understandable. I mean, I think you guys should probably know is that I actually kind of like my fiction to be a little bit confusing. I'm a big David Lynch fan. Deal with it. I guess I'm kind of curious as to what you were confused about. Because I'm thinking about, like, I didn't feel particularly confused by The Vegetarian. Trying a different highlighting strategy than I've done previously. Not sure about this. Oh, it was open to interpretation. I thought it was open to interpretation. Yeah, I thought it. I don't think it ended in a way that was like very clean and prescriptive. I thought it ended in a way that was very intended to be kind of multivariously understood. Yeah, it's a better highlight color. That's a better highlight color, and alright, let's see, get in here a little bit over here. I don't need to do too much with the left arm, because the left arm is going to get very covered over. It's worth getting out here a little bit. Get some of that. Hold up, I'm sorry. The stream is very bad. The stream is being very, very crappy. It is very much, Michan, it's very much on the electronic side. It is bad behavior by my ISP. The face has been by far the hardest part for me so far. I feel like my ability to make the faces look remotely good has been really bad. And I genuinely can't tell how much is like me not having the right technique and me not having good enough brush control. Yeah, actually earlier, Michan, I showed my buddy Saf, my fellow streamer Lady Saffron, my bitrate. And she was just like, you should just end stream. Like, okay, let's see. Ooh. So I actually started with streaming painting 40K. The historicals have been a later edition. but when it was 40K, I did do it 100% helmets. Yeah, I know I can get away with that, and people, so far it hasn't looked too bad. With like skipping on the eyes, but I am trying to improve. Right. Yeah, the goal is the improvement. And so settling for getting away with is a little orthogonal. Not dry enough on that one. Nothing like depositing a bunch of acrylic onto my hands to make it how clear, fucked up, and wrinkly my skin is. I don't have any micropens, but I should get them. Now I gotta clean up the area around it. Again, as ever, I am here for the process, right? Locking in super hard for getting these like facial details. But I just messed up really badly. Okay. Let's let that dry. And let's try to get this arm on again. Nagi, I thought you had to get ready. Fed and exercised. Okay. Good for you. Good for you. Good for the jock snake. Snake strong. Soon the snake will be strong. Strongest serpent. Let's let that get a minute to set. So now. When is your match, by the way? When do you have to be up for that? I might be able to stay up wait long enough for it. Okay. Okay, and where is my block? Okay, let's get in here. Oh. This is going to become Laurel's, right? Let that simmer a little bit. Simmer a little bit, and let's get on here. Let's see what happens when I just wash this face like crazy. Just want to see what happens. What is she suffering from? She's suffering from patriarchy. The affliction that defines her life, that defines Younghai's life, is being inside a society that needs her to be nothing. That needs her to be small and needs to participate in small, trivial, pointless acts of evil and cruelty in order to make people more powerful than her happy. And that it is acceptable for her to be nothing as long as she is willing to be cruel. I don't know if I have an unorthodox read of the book or not, because I haven't read too many critical reviews of it. I just read it on my own and loved it. But I read Younghai as the sane one. I felt like Younghai was a very reasonable person. And, I thought the real emblematic thing of it was how fragile her family was, that just a single person doing anything out of their own desire was enough to cause the entire family to implode. The entire family structure only functioned as long as each and every single person all of the time was fully committed to upholding the existing systems of power and not just doing even the simplest thing to try to make the world better. I thought it was very telling, right? How fragile her family was. It's so telling to me that the whole story is just a woman not doing something pretty trivial, right? Just a pretty easy, small thing that she doesn't want to do. And the thing that makes it such a big deal is her father, specifically, losing his absolute fucking mind. I don't know. Again, I found her very sympathetic. I thought she was the character that I saw the most of myself in, and I think she's correct. Alrighty. Okay. Greens. Greens. guess I'll put it over here. Stretch and crack in the neck. I actually kind of like this part. It stresses me out though. I'm not sure either, to be honest. I'm trying to remember that one. I thought it was about escalating senses of guilt. That one. I'd need to reread the Vegetarian, which is not like a hard ask for me. Like, oh no, I get to reread one of the best books ever written. I actually thought that in the one dream I can remember, I thought it was about imagining herself as an animal being slaughtered in a slaughterhouse. Which I, again, read as from a very feminist lens. That it's about her not being treated as like a full person, right? Which is consistent throughout the story. She's not treated as a full person. We are getting hit by ads. We're getting hit by ads. I'll see you all in a few minutes. All right. Mm. All right. All right. All right. Hold on a second here. Okay. Okay. Let's. Oh, yeah. I forgot to put on my. There we go. Okay. Let's get the next layer of red highlights on. I think we're getting pretty close to the end. I think we do these highlights. I think we do this next set of highlights, and then we. I don't even know if these highlights are necessary, to be honest. Son of a bitch. Once, and then do some metal highlights. Like on the sword. I'm not sure about these. Yes, a Roman Legionnaire digital XC. Yes. Yes, I have many of them. I have many of these little bastards to work my way through. I have been using these mostly as an excuse to play around and learn skin tone. And this has been a new one, a new attempt from me. This one I think turned out okay on the skin tone. Sure, actually, why not? Why not? But yes, how are you doing, Digital XC? Ooh. Let's see. Let's think about this a little bit. And let's get... Let's see the edges on the sword. Building some Horus Heresy models. Excellent. 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 Yeah, I tend to take my painting very, very slowly. Because I don't have any real goals, right? I don't really have any particular goals. My goals are to not cringe when I look at my models. Which I'm currently very far from. I'm currently have a ways to go. Currently have a ways to go. And skin and faces are the places where I'm really sucking. I'm sure there are a couple of just full techniques I don't know at all, but I would say I'm still very much a novice painter. You know, painting is not really my main art form. I like it though. I do like it. I am enjoying it as a diversion from calligraphy. And from writing, but it is, you know, I acknowledge that I'm pretty bad at it. And I'm definitely running low on energy, so I kind of want to see about wrapping up. Probably like 20-30 minutes. I love the painting part. I like I like assembly. I like cleaning. I will confess that there are some places where I'm just like so weak that I just feel guilty even engaging with them. I'm so bad at color. I'm so bad at color theory. I got nothing. I got absolutely nothing to do with color theory. Lighting's one that's painting dark skin. It has less strange light reflections. I do think my dark skins have turned out better, but I'm still very far from even like having a handle on reflections, right? And you've seen me painting. You know, I'm a D- painter, probably. F. I think I may have rushed myself on this one. I think next guy, I try to do one half in one stream and then the second half in another stream. I think that's what I should do next time. Instead of trying to do one guy in a medium short stream. I mean, 8 hours is a pretty normal length for a stream in total, but we did spend the first 2+ hours on kanji practice. I mean, like I said, I do other art forms that I feel like I'm more competent at. And this is a nice one for me to do, to take a little bit of a break. I'm still like in newbie gains is the big thing, right? I'm still in getting my newbie gains in on painting. And that's nice, right? I like sucking at things because then that means I get to improve more. Cleaning up some lines here. I like cleaning up lines. My handwriting is awful. Well, I mean, that just kind of goes to show that they're very different skills, right, Michan? Which is always kind of a nice affirmation, right? Because sometimes I do get a little bit annoyed when people assume that I'll be good at one thing because I'm good at another thing, and that's... Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I feel like my handwriting is still just kind of okay. The lovely Rose18, thank you for the follow. A kindness to have you here. Okay, let's get... And let's get over here. Alright, and... that might actually be the end of what I want to get done. Might actually be the end of it. Holy. Okay. We can evaluate this guy together as a family. When in a moment here, okay, let's get this on here. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Big stretch. All right. All right. Okay, I think the shield turned out better than it usually does when I've been doing these guys. Actually, I'm kind of curious about doing something here. Kind of curious about doing something over here. Let's get... Can I get a true metal to mix with a little bit of ice white? And will this do anything? I don't think it'll do anything. Nothing really. Nothing really. Pointless. Pointless. Waste of time. Waste of time! Well, I mean, is it really a waste of time if I learn something? No. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I am not sold on this method of doing skin highlights. I'll have to give myself some more time to think about the skirt and feather highlights, doing pink as opposed to orange highlights. I have kind of liked the orange highlights, but there's something valuable about the pink highlights, and there's a certain simplicity to them. I think I did a better job on the sandals than I usually do. It's mostly just a matter of clarity. Oh, crap. Forgot about that one. Forgot about getting in the grass. I am obviously being very lazy about basing, but I am at least painting the bases, right? We are painting the bases. And fuck it, we're just doing one thick coat, because if I do ever start taking this seriously, I will get some grass. Pink and thin down the main red and glaze over the pink gives a nice fade. I need to learn, okay. Next model, I actually do something with glazes, okay? I gotta promise myself, next model, we're gonna try to spread it over 2 streams and do some actual glazing. I've pretty much just been focusing on brush control centered techniques. I know that annoys my mentor because she thinks that is boring and stupid. But of course she would, right? Nagi is something of a maximalist. All right. Really, I need to keep track of the light sources. That's not being good with colors and not being good with light sources are the things that are really killing me as an artist here. And they really are. They really are murdering me as an artist here. All right. I think this guy turned out all right. I think I did. I'm still not sure about the highlighting. Hello, Keith. Welcome back. I'm just evaluating the model right now. I think some of my highlighting was better than average. I think I generally did a decent amount with the chainmail itself. And Michan, I mean, that's absolutely true, right? Like teaching techniques is not like really teachable. It's a, you know. Reading the Princeton Guide to Historical Research. Good. Okay, I am just repeating myself. So I am going to raid out okay. I'm going to raid out. I had a great time tonight. I do think I can work on being more patient while I'm painting. We are going to be in subathon mode. I might as well go up to the chatting screen. We are going to be in subathon mode starting on the 22nd. My subathons are quite simple. There is just a countdown. There is no count up, it is only countdown. We start on the 22nd, and then I need to choose a specific day, but sometime after October 20th, we close. That is it. If we hit goals, we get goals. If we don't hit goals, too bad. Too bad. They go into the next subathon. The main goal, the biggest reach goal, the ultimate reach goal is that I go back to Dark Souls. The intermediate goals that matter probably the most to most people are going to be the chat pet. My chat pet it was in the last subathon and was not reached last time, so it's coming back. And cosplay photo shoot. I will do some cosplay photos of myself. I can cosplay myself. I can cosplay myself quite well. People at Offkai were able to recognize me from seeing me in cosplay, so I think that people will be pretty happy to see that. There is a new model. The new model does not have to be unlocked. The new model will start out unlocked at the start of subathon. The other unlocks will be new redeems. New redeems will be unlocked, and so will the chat pets. There are a couple of stream ideas that will have to be unlocked. I do have some previous things from previous subathons that I am hopeful I will get through over the course of this coming subathon. So that is where we are at, and at the end of subathon, after subathon, the storefront for calligraphy will open up. Currently I'm not really taking comms, but I'm feeling a lot more confident about my calligraphy, and I think that I am at the point where I can call myself viably professional. So thank you all for being here. I will not be back until Monday, right? I take, as a rule, the weekends are for my other job. That is my Discord. We do movie nights most Wednesdays. I might not during subathon. I don't know. I'll have to evaluate how I feel. Subathon, I like subathons. I like doing them. I've done 2 so far, and I enjoyed both of them. So that is my Discord. Usually we just share art there. It's actually pretty quiet. I like it being quiet, so don't worry too much about that. Here are my socials. Yeah, people have actually followed me off of Goodreads. It's very funny. I do like books a lot. I am behind a little bit on reviews. I do need to get up some more reviews. I'm on a long 2-star streak. A long like 6 books in a row at 2 stars. Like almost everything since Greek lessons has been 2 stars. I finished Uncertainty in Games yesterday, and I'm pretty sure that's a 2-star. That's a 2-star. I don't think I might be willing to knock it down to 1. Oof. I don't know, I didn't hate it, but it just wasn't good. And we are going to... Well, yeah, me too. Well, I mean, I've read a lot of, like, pretty paint-by-numbers romances and some pretty uninspiring nonfiction. It's just kind of like, yeah. We are going to raid Mishi Molly. We are raiding Mishi Molly because I like her. And I want to watch her stream. Deal with it. Deal with it. Raid messages are incoming. There we go. If you are not subbed, that's the one to use. If you are subbed, that is the one to use. Thank you all for being here. I love you all. Schedules are usually posted Sunday over on Twitter and on the Discord. And I will see you all in a couple of days with a new model and everything. I'm excited. Goodbye.